All right, high income copywriters. Now, I'm going to wait a few moments here. I know some people take a few minutes, extra minutes to come on in. Zoom sometimes takes a few seconds to pull everyone in. So while we're having everyone roll on in, do me a huge favor and comment yes below if you guys can hear me. Of course, I want to do a quick mic check, make sure we're all on the same page here and that you guys can hear me loud and clear. Let's see, we got yes, 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 yes. Perfect. Great to see everyone here. Who is ready for bonus class number 8? Congratulations. You guys unlocked it. It was a close one, but you did it. You're here. It's now. And you get to reap the rewards from this, from all your hard work. For all these 8 weeks, you have made it. So congratulations to each and every one of you. Now, some of you have actually taken the extra step as well. Now, I want to give a special congratulations. Now, I wish I could name all of your names, but we've had so many applications, so I just wanted to pick off and name a few students who have taken the extra step to join the HICC family. Now, you guys have been accepted into the program, and we have called you guys in, so special congratulations to Brent Ramara, Suresh Patel, James Murphy, Mark Maynard, Deborah Landry, Alexis, Vincent Tadeo, Jack Sun, Jason Kwan, John Go, and the list goes on. I could sit here all night, and bonus class 8 could be me listing everyone and congratulating all of you guys. But again, we want to make sure we get you guys the most value. So drop a big congratulations in the chat below to your brothers and sisters who were accepted into the HICC program. Now, the HICC program has one of your co-instructors there. His name is Ed. And speaking of Ed, do we have you here live right now?
Hey, Vikas. Yep, live. Here we go. HIC, congratulations. Incredible job showing up. You know, like Sifu says, showing up is one of the most important parts. Showing up is 50% of the work, and you have shown up for class consistently. Vikas, I think that's an incredible job. Everyone's busy. Everyone has insanely busy lives, and it's just so great to see that they're putting in the time and the effort to really become a high-income copywriter. So HIC family, as your co-instructor, Ed here, I am very proud of you. Congratulations. And this is going to be a stellar class.
100%. Great job, everyone. So without further ado, we are going to bring the man of the hour, your Sifu, Dan Locke.
HIC, high income copywriter, you have worked hard and now you have unlocked this bonus class. This is going to be a very, very valuable bonus class because if we didn't hit the attendance rate, you wouldn't have unlocked this class. And because it's a bonus class, Sifu is going to talk about things that was, of course, not being covered in the previous classes, but more importantly, today we are going to talk about the 7 deadly mistakes that most copywriters make that crumble their chances of success before they even start. Now, how many of you want to avoid some of these deadly mistakes as now high-income copywriter? Now, in life, I believe it is good to know what to do, but sometimes it's even better to know what not to do. Think back in your own life. I'm going to ask you a question right now. Thinking back, the mistakes, the big financial mistakes that you made in your life, I want you to think about the top 3, the 3 biggest, top big business or financial career mistakes you made in your life. If you could, we could rewind the time. If you didn't make those mistakes, how much more money would you have today? The 3 biggest mistakes. If you didn't make those mistakes, how much more money would you still have today? How much more successful you would be? How much further you would be in life? So can you see mistakes are costly? How many agree with that? Mistakes are expensive, right? Not just in terms of time, not just in terms of money, right? It's time, money, effort, but also sometimes if those mistakes are so big, sometimes don't we need time to actually bounce back, right? Maybe we made a mistake, just like what Sifu did when I got into $150,000 in debt through my business mistakes. It took me a few years to dig myself out of a hole, just to get back to zero, just get back to where most people are at. So if we could avoid some of those mistakes, my goodness, how much further we would be. So today we're going to talk about some mistakes. And as you listen to these mistakes, I want you to take notes and pay very close attention to make sure that you don't make those mistakes. See if it wants you to protect yourself. What are you going to do? Protect yourself. And you see some of these mistakes. It's actually you're protecting yourself from you, which I'll get into in just a little bit. To not get in your own way. How many of you sometimes get in your own way? That you know what you're supposed to do, but maybe your lower self stops you. Excuse. Right? So what if we could get to a point that we get ourselves out of our own way, so we do what is necessary to generate the income that we want, to be able to support our family, to be able to give back, to be able to live life on our own terms, to be able to put money aside for rainy days, to be able to help financially, but people want to help. So now you graduated. After tonight's class, this is it. You're out there making it happen, working with clients, writing gigs, deals, retainers. So Sifu found this Facebook message, and I think it's very, very empowering, and it's very, very touching. So I wanted to share this with you. And Vikas, if you could help me because you've got a great voice. Who would agree Vikas got a good voice, right?
Thank you, Sifu.
Yeah. So if you can use your beautiful voice to read, it's quite a long message. So take your time.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Gel 10. I was told to do this, and it has completely changed my life. I was like a typical student with a big sigh after completing a course. It was the high ticket closing course. I had no plans or whatsoever to enroll in any courses, and I knew who Dan Locke was. Just like most people, I had typical mindset of work hard, money will flow well, I definitely won't need to be rich thinking this way. One morning in March of 2018, my boyfriend sent me a link of Dan Locke. He said, "Hun, check this out. I have my thoughts, but I want to know yours." I watched the intro video. It was about 20 to 30 minutes long, I think. And I replied to him, "Go for it. This dude is good." What he says is absolutely true, thinking that he wanted to do the course. Without much explanation, he said to me, "Okay, I'm going to sign you up." I was like, "Huh? Why me?" Long story short, I was thrown into HTC. Because I said yes, it turned out to be the best decision we ever made. It has completely changed both our lives, not only the way we think differently now, our relationship has also grown so much. Why am I telling you all this? You see, if I had just attended courses, reading hundreds of books, and no action taken is pointless. I realized that I needed a mentor. I needed this change. I needed to take action. So I started to execute and implement the process of this high income skills into my business immediately. In less than 3 months, I doubled my income. How amazing is that? You may be thinking I am such a disciplined person. Wrong. I am not a disciplined student who finishes each and every assignment given. I'm a very stubborn girl and will always rebel. I'm always submitting my assignments at the very last minute. And sometimes, never. If I wanted to succeed, I have to complete them. So when Dan Locke introduces us with a new course, High Income Copywriter, my eyes lit up without hesitation. I said to myself, I want to go back to school. The excitement I had was so overwhelming. Week 1 and 2 of HIC class passed, and I am proud to still have a strong mindset. But right after completing week 3, I felt extremely confused, locked into a vortex. Can any of you relate to this? So much to do, so much to learn. Now let's jump into some of it. Homework and assignments. I was told to handwrite 503 pages. Seriously? Jeez. I will spend some minutes downloading all resources given and some minutes scrolling up and down looking through the number of pages. And a couple more minutes planning on my priority on which homework to do and what to do. I will write them down and rewrite to organize my homework before I start doing it. Each and every homework done, I will strike it off my list, compile all the pages, punching holes for filing. I looked through those pages again after being filed, and I had this energy pass through my body, which gave me goosebumps. It was the feeling of satisfaction. I had taken another step further into learning something new, a new skill. Anyways, what I'm trying to say is that everyone has different ways of doing things, but no one cares as long as you just do it. But even if you think no one cares, someone will. So I spent hours and hours of writing. I had blisters on my thumb. I still continued to write. It was almost to a point where I had a permanent blister on the same spot. When I can't bear the pain and my fingers were getting numb, I took a break from writing and started doing some research. The market research, Facebook Insight, Google Analytics. What's that? A voice ran through my head. I had absolutely no friggin' idea what I'm looking at. I see boxes, charts, gender specifications, industries being categorized, and I couldn't understand a thing. Back then, as a medical sales rep, I was only interested in sales, numbers, percentages, profits, products, features, and benefits. Straight to the point, results. Now that I'm a young entrepreneur, I should learn how to read the simplest data, or the most important blueprint. I also noticed there are many different platforms and ways to do market research. I had not gone into each and every page that was mentioned by Sifu, but the best way I find is to simply talk to people. We get to know their tonality and their body language. My point is, we're in a new world that's evolving at a very fast pace. If I do not learn now, I will lose and I will not grow. If I do not learn now, I will never see the results as fast by understanding my market better in different ways. If I do not learn now, I never will. And so, I have to make this change no matter what it takes. The blue ocean. Be laser focused on your now goals. Before I started HTC and HIC, I procrastinated so much and wasted 3 years of my life not doing it. There wasn't much purpose in life for me. Even though I have my own goals and vision, it's like if there's, it is. Sorry, I'll try that again. It's like if it's here, if it's there, it's there. If it's not there, so be it. I was not a hungry lion, not hungry enough to chase for it. I've quit my job, got the freedom and flexibility I want, but there's something missing. Money. Loads and loads of money. Yes, I've achieved that freedom and flexibility, but I've not achieved the income I want. Now that I'm a swimming coach and a young entrepreneur, I can't stop here. I have to think outside the box. Be different. So I changed the way of my teaching by communicating in some ways others won't. Changing my students' mindset about confidence, fear, lower self, bravery, focus, believe, etc., etc. And that's when it happened. My message box was full of inquiries. You see what I mean by taking action? I want to be different and be the best in town. I want to learn and practice more. On June 9th, 2019, I told myself that I wanted to start a personal blog to improve my writing. I didn't care about who would read it or what they'd say about my writing, grammar, or even if I'm paraphrasing it the right way. And just like that, in my pajamas, signing up for a free personal blogging page, I write about the journey of my life by episodes. I thought no one would ever like my story or follow me on my blog, but I was wrong. Even Sifu says if no one cares, someone will. And if you don't start, you'll never know. Who am I to write and share this journey of my life? I'm a nobody. I'm not rich. I'm not famous. I'm just a girl that used to be a sales rep and quit my job to pursue the freedom I want. No, I don't think this way anymore. I think of the ways to improve my business, generating a higher income, to become a better version of myself, learning new skills, reading more books. I ask is this: do I want to be rich? Yes or no? If you're saying yes like me, let's celebrate together. Copy, you'll get there, hun, said my boyfriend. Practice, practice, practice. Seek help from our very own inner circle community. It's there for a reason. A couple months ago, I started going through examples of short content, ads, images, and design templates post for my own social media platforms. I have no background with content writing, design, or anything got to do with digital marketing. I didn't know the power of 2-day post or 5-day post. I'm starting to get the idea and understand why it's so powerful in business. When someone tells me my content is getting better, it means I'm improving, which is good, right? I used to be a lone wolf. I always think, if I want to get something done, do it yourself. Obviously, I was wrong. I started to get advice from like-minded people I trust and also encourage me in what I'm doing. And for the very first time today, after 5 weeks of HIC, I got so overwhelmed, confused with mixed feelings, I resort to my boyfriend. I poured out how I felt. I was so stressed out. The amount of homework I had to do, the catch up with past week's homework is impossible for me. But then again, if you can complete them, no reason why I can't. In just one sentence, he said to me, "You'll get there, hon." I'm not being melodramatic, by the way. The weird thing is, I reach out to other brothers and sisters here for emotional support, encouragement, and advice. My lower self was debating with my higher self. I chose to stick with a positive mental attitude. Encouragement and good things started to flow in naturally, like water. So if you have someone out there that you trust, swim to them. Now, the next day, I continue looking through my notes, handwrite all examples given, organizing them in ways I would understand and learn faster. Then my sister approaches me and asks me for help. She wanted me to translate a copy for her, English to Malay, with given structure from week 5. I did it within 30 minutes. You must be thinking, oh, that's just a translation. Seriously, it can be tough if the sentence doesn't sound right. I had to Google up the right words in Malay and create a whole new sentence. And for someone like me, I see the change in myself. So my point is just practicing in any way you feel comfortable. I never thought I'd be able to come up with that in 30 minutes. You can always choose to move closer to being the person you need to be to reach your goals every day. And step by step, day by day, your life will get better and better. And soon enough, you'll be able to achieve it. Here's my 7 positive mental attitudes to keep me going. Number 1, decide what you want. Write it down. Number 2, hold 2 visions, short-term and long-term. Number 3, ignore everyone. Literally everyone. Step 4, maintain good daily habits, exercise and affirmations. Number 5, take possession of your mind. You are in control. Number 6, determine your resources. Dream big, think big. Number 7, focus one specific goal at a time. One, choose from short term that leads to long-term vision. Do the difficult things while they are easy, and do the great things while they are small. A journey of 1,000 miles must start with a single step. Lao Su. Sharing my experience, Rachel Tan.
How many of you could relate to some parts of Rachel's story? Put in the chat. How many of you have also gone through ups and downs in the last 7 weeks? Those moments, the high and low. And during the 7 weeks, how many of you felt overwhelmed, confused during this journey? Could you see that you, Rachel, your brothers and sisters going through this same journey, you're not so different. Whatever challenges, obstacles that you're facing, they're facing the same thing. It's not so different. Even you see someone who is doing well, you see someone, wow, she's kicking ass, she's making a lot of progress. Well, what you didn't know is actually she's going through pretty much the same thing as you. Step by step, day by day, your life will get better and better. And soon enough, you'll be able to achieve it. Step by step and day by day. Your life will get better and get better. Don't try to compete with anybody else. Don't compare yourself with anybody else. The only person you have to compare yourself with is who? Yourself. Are you getting better every day, every week, every month? If you are winning. Progressing each day. Being a progressionist, not a perfectionist. And there are hundreds of ways to succeed. There are many ways you could succeed. There are many factors why someone is successful and someone else is not. But I believe very often there are only maybe a dozen ways people fail. And a lot of people, they study success, not enough people are studying failures. I like to study failures. Because I know if I know what those mistakes that I could avoid, if I know that I don't have to, doesn't mean you don't make mistakes. Sifu makes mistakes. But if I know what are the things, where are the potholes, let's not step into it. But let's walk around it. If I could avoid some of those big losses in life, how much further would we be in life? So, who wants to know some of the mistakes that you must be aware of? You must learn, you must know, so you don't make those mistakes. Even knowing that Sifu is teaching you, you will still make some of those. I promise you. I'm telling you, don't make those mistakes. Don't make those mistakes. You still will make some. My goal is hopefully you make a little bit less. And if you do make them, you're quickly aware and you can correct and pivot. Just like you telling your kids, don't touch the stove. Don't touch the stove. They touch the fucking stove. Oh, they got burned, right? Next time I won't do it. Yeah, good. At least it's a little burn. Now, next time when I say don't touch the fire, don't touch the fire, right? Don't touch the fire. Oh, okay, this time I'm not going to do that. It is the same thing. Does that make sense? So daily mistake number 1, not doing what got you good in the first place. Write this down. Mistake number 1. You stop doing what got you good in the first place. All the habits you've developed in the last 7 weeks, the daily ritual, the writing habit, doing the assignments, all those things. This is what, how many of you would agree? In this journey, just in the last 7 weeks, if you were to give yourself a number, a percentage, what percentage would you give yourself in terms of improvement, growth? If you were to give yourself percentage, 100%, I see 200%, I see 500%, I see 100, 1,000%. So you had that kind of growth. You just experienced that kind of growth in less than 2 months, if you think about it. So what if you could do that for 6 months? What if you could do that for 1 year? What if you could do that for 2 years? Where would you be? So think about it. So if you had that kind of growth, and it's not because of how amazing Sifu is. No, you did the work. I gave you the guidance. I showed you the door. You walked through it. You did assignments. I provided the structure, the community, and the mentorship that you need. But you did the work. I didn't do the work for you. You did the work. And that's the difference between having a mentor in your life and not having a mentor in your life. Because all these years, you have the total capability of growing by hundreds of percent. All these years. But why the last 8 weeks? Why not before? Not that you can't. You have the capability. But why didn't you grow at hundreds of percent or thousands of percent? And it's very easy when you now graduate. And I see so many, sometimes the graduates, HIC, right? Especially right from the get-go, they get a couple gigs. It's the worst thing that could happen to them. It's like a closer. Right after they graduate, they get a couple phone calls, they close a couple deals, right? They get lucky. Then what happens is they get lucky, they get cocky. They get cocky, then they get complacent. I don't need to train. I don't need to practice. I don't need to write. I don't need to revisit the class. I don't need to read books. Then they become failures. Have you ever seen this pattern in other people's lives? Have you ever seen this pattern in your own life? That's right. Your ego is not your amigo. Your ego is not your amigo. It's one of your greatest enemy. So don't abandon what got you good in the first place. You had the improvement because you've applied certain habits in your life. Keep learning, keep investing in yourself, keep working together, practice, keep writing, getting feedback. It is so easy to abandon what got you good in the first place. Albert Einstein says, compound interest is the eighth wonder of the world. He who understands it earns it. He who doesn't pays it. So what Steve is talking about is not just compound interest. Write this down. It's also the power of compound knowledge. Compound knowledge. The same book that let's say here's a book on copywriting. You can read a book, and maybe the book would make you $20. You spend $20 on a book, the book would make it $20. The same book that I read, you gave me the same book, that book could make me $200,000. Now, what's the difference? Why is the same book? Why a book makes you 20 and makes me $200,000? Taking action, implementing, yes, but a big part of it is because Sifu utilized the power of compound knowledge. Because how many would agree I would see things you probably won't see from the book? I would take strategies, I would extract ideas from it that are different from the way you're seeing it. We have a different filter, right? So why is that? Because over the years, I have read so many books and I've talked to so many people. I've educated myself. I've had mentors. So now when I add something to my brain, to my knowledge base, because of the compound effect, suddenly it's worth way more to me versus everybody else. Because I've got the law of compound knowledge. You want to think about in your life, how could you utilize the law of compound knowledge? Every single week, that's what we're doing. We're compounding your knowledge. You learn something, you build on it. 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 That's compound knowledge. This is why it's way better if you consistently develop the habit of writing versus writing for a whole day for 10 hours is not as good if you actually write something every day. Every day. Every day. Every day. Right? The power of compound knowledge. Does that make sense? In the first year, there's no sign of growth. I'm going to share with you the story of the Chinese bamboo tree. In the second year, there's no sign of growth. In the third year, no growth. Fourth year, no growth. Then in the fifth year of the Chinese bamboo tree, it grows to 80 feet high in just 6 weeks. So my question to you is this: did a bamboo tree really grow 80 feet in 6 weeks? Or was it growing underground, setting its foundation? And you know what most people's problem is? They give up in year 4. They give up in year 4. Because they put in the effort. Well, I don't see any results in the first year. I don't see the tree's not growing. Shit. Waste of time. Okay, I'll wait another year. Second year, still nothing. You don't see anything coming out from the ground. Nothing. Not a sign, not a beep. Oh, this is bullshit. I've been nurturing it. I've been growing it. I've been watering it. What the hell? And your friends and family say, oh, you're stupid. Why are you trying to grow these bamboo trees? Go do something else. Like, oh man, maybe you're right. It's a waste of time. So you walk away. You stop doing what worked. You stop doing what's getting you good. It is the same. It is exactly the same with success. Here's a little Instagram post that I had. People look at the service. They see the outcome. They see the result. They don't see anything beneath the results. They're saying, "Oh, this is an overnight success." Well, it is an overnight success. It is a 10-year overnight success. People don't see that. They see the glam. They don't see the blood, sweat, and tears. People give up too soon. They give up way, way, way too soon. What they don't realize, what you don't realize is anything significant in life takes time. Think about anything significant in your life in terms of a skill. Think about how many of you have a skill set besides earning. I'm talking maybe playing an instrument, maybe sports, maybe cooking, maybe gardening. How many have a skill set? Put in the chat. What kind of skill set do you have? Mechanics, I can see the cooking, great. Gardening, drawing, drumming, nice, right? Dance, martial art, piano, great, right? Anything that you believe you're pretty good at it. Like your friends are telling you, you're like, whoa, you're good. You're very good with martial art. You're very good with cooking, right? You're very good with woodwork. You're very good with graphic design. You're very good with drawing, okay? Any of those skill sets do you have? How long it took you to get that good? Give me an idea. How long it took you to get that good? 10 years, 5 years, 3 years, 40 years, 20 years, my entire life, 5 years. I want you to pay attention to the comment. You notice none of those are in days. None of them are in weeks. In fact, none of them are in months. All you see is years. Because anything significant, anything worthwhile takes time. But somehow, when it comes to the most important skill that you need to master in your life, a high income skill that will set your life free, I'll try for 2 weeks. I'll try for 5 weeks. I'll try for 6 months. So think about every single area, every single other person in any area that's significant, any skill set, everybody's years. Years. Does that give you a perspective? No different than, let's say you are a great guitar player and someone comes in and say, oh man, I love the way you play guitar. You're so good, right? How long have you been playing guitar? Well, probably 15 years. Oh my goodness, 15 years. Well, can you teach me how to play guitar? Sure, I'd love to teach you how to play guitar. I love guitar, sure. So here's a guitar. Okay, someone plays a few hours a week. They play. In 7 weeks, 8 weeks, the person's saying to you, well, how come I'm not as good? This is hard. How quickly can I get good as good as you? Well, it took me 15 years. Well, I don't have 15 years. Well, maybe you don't need 15 years, but if you like, what's your goal? Well, I just want to play at least one song that I can play fully. Well, it's not going to take you 15 years, but it might take you more than a few weeks. Do you see how profound this perspective is? So it is not that you're not growing. You're growing very rapidly. You're becoming a better version of yourself. But damn, the negative programming from the past, all the stuff that happened from your parents, from your friends, the bad habits. Not only I need to teach you a skill, I got to help you to reverse all that shit. Years of not even negative poverty programming. Years. It is hard. And that's right, it is a bitch. Like, it is hard. Small actions equal big results. The progress will feel invisible at first, just like Rachel. I need to write hundreds of pages. Can I just type this? Can I just read it? I don't need to write it, right? Why do I need a pen? Who uses a pen nowadays? I don't get it. Right? What's the big deal? It's the same if I'm reading it. Right? It's not very environmental friendly when you use like pen and pencil. We should just type. But when it shows, it will be too big to ignore, just like the bamboo tree. It would be too late for others to catch up. So as high-income copywriters, we continually invest time in our own skills, in ourselves, and improve every single day. Every single day. What does this mean? What does this mean? Ed, what does this mean?
Improve every single day. If you don't get better, you're getting worse.
So you improve just one tiny little bit, right? 1%.
Just a little bit.
365 days in a year. What does that mean? Equals what?
If you improve, you get up to 37.8. If you don't improve, you go down to 0.03.
We're talking about tiny, tiny little improvement. What it means is 1% improvement every day means you will be 37 times better in 1 year. The power of compound knowledge. 1%. So you were telling Sifu what kind of percentage in the last 7 weeks? I'm not asking you to improve 10% every day. I'm asking you to improve 1% every day. Just 1%. If you write 30 minutes a day, do you think you could improve 1% just every day? If you read a book a couple chapters, 1 or 2 chapters a day, could you improve your knowledge by 1% every day? If you study a swipe file for 15, 20 minutes a day, could you improve 1%? What if you improve more than 1% a day? What if we are stretching, like we're going big? Oh, now you improve a whopping 3% a day. 3% a day. And you do that for 365 days. You do the math. Do you think you'll be a different person? Do you think your skill would be dramatically improved? Do you think your confidence will improve? Here's the other side of the coin though. 1% decrease every single day means you will lose 97% of your progress by the end of 1 year. Today I don't feel like reading today. I don't feel like hand copying any copy today. I don't feel like writing. Let's just skip a day. What's the big deal? I don't feel like it. I'm tired. No big deal. Just 1%. Next day, it's okay. Just I'll catch up next week. It's just another percent. 1% decrease every day means you will lose 97% of your progress. Maybe you think it's okay. These are deceptions. What are they? Deceptions from your lower self. Your lower self loves to deceive you and justify. Help you to justify. Be honest. How many of you have said these things? It's okay. Missing 1 day won't make a difference. For some, after tonight's class, you're in danger. Why you're in danger? Because you're going to say this. Finally, yay! 8 weeks I've graduated. I've worked hard. Man, I've never written so much in my whole fucking life. My hand hurts. Time for a break. I deserve it. Never worked this hard. Oh, this is boring. I'm just writing stuff. I don't feel any different. Just like Rachel, I don't feel any different. Am I even improving? These are all lower self-deception. Justification. At 211 degrees, water is hot. At 212 degrees, it boils. And with boiling water comes steam. And with steam, you can power a train. 1 extra degree makes all the difference. One extra degree makes all the difference. People are struggling. People are broke because they all stop and give up at 211 degrees. This is why they never fulfill the potential. That's why the water doesn't boil. That's why they lack steam, self-esteem. They can't power anything because they can't even get themselves to take an action. I am all about going that extra mile, that 1 extra degree. Because I know everybody else will stop. My whole life, little bit better. I want to be a little bit better. I want to be a little bit better. Every single day, a little bit better. Before you know it, I look back and I'm shocked how far I've come. I wasn't thinking about, oh, I'm going to be a master copywriter in the beginning of my career. All I was focusing on is how could I write a better headline? How could I write a slightly better opening? Can I tweak the bullet points? Can I make this section flow a little bit better? Can I write just a tiny little bit faster, a little bit more efficient? Takes me an hour to do it. Can I do it in 55 minutes? This is it. And next time, can I do it in 53 minutes? Can I do it in 50 minutes? So don't stop practicing. Don't stop doing what you're doing just because you graduated. This is precisely why I personally dislike the whole graduation concept in the school system. I think it is an out-of-date concept. But it's a good concept because, do you know why it's a good concept as a copywriter? It's easier to sell. It's easier to sell. Because people don't like commitment. Our society doesn't like commitment. But think about in other areas, like take martial art, for example. You know, as a martial artist, if I learn from a sifu, I learn from a master, a true master, there's no concept of graduation. Do you know that? There's no concept of graduation. Like I'm learning an art and I grow and I learn and I practice. There's no such thing. And why it's so dangerous? Do you know why is it so dangerous? The concept of graduation is because it releases tension and you put your guard down. And that's when you're most vulnerable to your lower self. Do you understand? but it sells better. And I know that as a marketer, as a copywriter, I know. This is why HIC is a 7-week program. I don't think I will have many students if I go to the marketplace and say, okay, HIC, it's a lifelong journey. No one will sign up. They'll be like, fuck that. Oh, 7 weeks? Yeah, I could take 7 weeks. I know that's what people want. They need a graduation. I don't have a graduation. Like all these are with my mentor. There's no graduation with Alan. There's no graduation with Dan Penny. There's no graduation with my new mentor, Dwayne. I'm not asking, oh, give me a graduation. What's the deal? 2 years? 1 year? 3 years? I never approached them that way. All these years, Alan's still my mentor. Big Dan's still my mentor. So the school system, yeah, it's 4 years because the school system, it is fucking our kids up. Because the most dangerous thing when it comes to college kids, they think they're fucking done learning after they graduate. They never read another fucking book. They think I'm done learning. Now I'm going to go into the real world. They don't read another fucking book. They don't study anymore. They've done in their minds enough studying in their 4 or 5 years in university. I'm done learning. What the university and college doesn't tell them, it's, you know, by the time you finish learning all this stuff, by the time you graduate, learning starts, because all the stuff you've been learning is bullshit. I'm sorry, 95% of what you learn won't be applicable to your career, to your job. By the time you graduate, you go to work, now your learning starts. Now it's on the job training. But again, if they tell you that, I'm not so sure if so many people would attend colleges and universities anymore. It's not a very sexy sell. That's not an irresistible offer. That's a tough offer. Bruce Lee said, the successful warrior is the average man or woman with laser-like focus. Laser-like focus. Deadly mistake number 3. Write this down. Write this down. Trusting yourself too much. Trusting yourself too much. Well, Sifu, what do I mean by that? Shouldn't I trust myself? No, you shouldn't. Believe in yourself, but don't trust yourself. The reason you're not where you want to be in life is because you trust yourself too much. You trust you will do the work. You trust your own discipline. You trust your willpower. You trust yourself way too fucking much. And yet you don't believe in yourself. So you don't believe in yourself. The lack of belief. But then at the same time, you trust yourself too much. It's like trusting yourself. Yeah, I'm gonna stock my fridge with a bunch of ice cream and fatty food. And trust myself, I'm not gonna eat it. I'm not gonna eat that. Like you stock your fridge with all the pops and sugars and all that. No, I'm not gonna. I just want to have them there in case my friends come over, you know. I trust myself. I'm not going to eat that. I'm not going to drink that. Sifu believes in myself, yet I don't trust myself. There's a big difference. I believe in my own ability. I believe in myself. I don't trust my environment. I don't trust my own self-discipline. I don't trust my focus. I don't trust my willpower. I don't trust my drive. And compared to every single damn person I know, I'm way more focused. I have way more willpower, and I'm way more driven than everybody else around me. I don't even trust it. I don't know why you trust yourself so much. Because I don't. So make sure I create the environment to best support my goals. So I trust my focus too much, then I would be, yeah, no problem. It's okay. I'm writing copy. I'm gonna get the TV going on the side. I'm gonna be it's okay. I'm gonna have the notification turned on so anyone can distract me. But I trust like I'm a very focused person. No, I'm a focused person. But I'm gonna turn on my notification. I'm gonna unplug the phone. I'm not gonna have any noise. I'm not gonna have the TV going. I'm just gonna write. I believe I'm a good writer, but I don't trust my environment because I know if I could be easily distracted, I will be easily distracted. So what should you do? If your environment is always more powerful than your willpower, how could you create an environment? How could you create, how could you wear that cape? It was a typo. Mistake number 2, it was trusting yourself too much. Mistake number 2, trusting yourself too much. So what can you do? You got it? What can you do? How could you make sure that you believe in yourself, but then you don't trust yourself? It's like smokers. They're saying, well, you know, I'm going to quit, but they keep buying their fucking cigarettes. They trust themselves too much. Yeah, I'm not going to light it up. If you buy it, you're going to light it up. Then just don't buy it. Don't trust yourself, your discipline, right? You're not going to get tempted. Just don't fucking buy it. So when you want to smoke, well, I don't have a cigarette on me. Oh, fuck, man. I really want a cigarette. Well, you don't have it. Don't put yourself in an environment that you could fail. How many have done this before in your life? You put yourself in an environment that you could easily fail without realizing it. Right? Because you trust yourself too much. Yeah, I won't do it. It'll be the last time. Wear that cape. Every little thing helps. And little things like, you know, the wealth triggers that you could use. Little wealth triggers. And you'll see when you get your certificate, and we have your brothers and sisters who graduate from HIC, they put their own nice little certificate, and you'll be getting it. It's beautiful, by the way. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. How do you see those posts? Right? You see the certificate. It's beautiful. And they displayed it. They look at it every day. Great. That's a wealth trigger for you. That's reminding you who you are, your identity, your skill set. It's great. Little display. Just put it in front of you. Don't put don't put it in your closet. Don't put it in your drawer so you don't see it. No, put it in front of you. Proudly displayed it. Right. It's a great wealth trigger. Wealth trigger. And little things like you see at the store, right? A little sticker on your laptop, right? On your phone, a little mouse pad, a little t-shirt. All these little things are wealth triggers. A little hat, $30, $40 hat, just a little hat, right? The canvas to remind you, to motivate you. Should you be writing now? Like, Sifu is like kicking your ass. Should you be writing now? Right? Are you trying to skip a day? Little things like little things that remind us, the wealth triggers. Very, very powerful. Little things like this. So don't underestimate and don't overlook. It's I don't need these things, or I don't need to block out the time to write, right? I don't need that, or I don't need to read another book. 1 degree decrease every day. 1 degree decrease every day. Yeah, just go there. And like Sifu made available for you, because all my mentees been asking, right? And I said, okay, well, you asked for it, we'll make some. It's not, I don't like, it's not something I want to do. It's something that my students want, because it's a pain in the ass to create products, like physical products. It's a pain in the ass, I'm telling you. But I know how happy all my mentees are when they actually wear something. When they put on their hat. And people ask them, oh, what is that? You're a copywriter? Yeah, what is a copywriter? Right? And they use the mouse pad, little mouse pad. They say, oh, this is what it is. A little backpack, little t-shirt is cool. It motivates them. Yeah, your mini Crete, same thing. You Crete on your phone. Your Crete on your wall. All that makes a difference. And you are the average of the 5 people that you spend the most time with. So think about the 5 people that you spend the most time with. Finances, happiness, relationships, physical health, mental health, spirituality, personal growth. Yeah. Here's the thing. Look at the 5 people around you. Now remember, believe in yourself, but don't trust yourself. Look at the 5 people around you. You spend the most time with. This is time to get brutally honest here. Number 1, do you admire them? The 5 people you spend the most time with. Do you want the life that they have? Do you even enjoy spending time with them? Do they support your dreams? Do they push you to be better? Or do they try to make you settle? So think about the 5. And if you are spending time with them, you're trusting yourself too much. Because you're trusting yourself too much, you are saying to yourself, oh, they won't affect me. It's no big deal. They won't pull me down. And Sifu, what to do with their family? We can choose who is our blood family. We cannot choose that. But you can always choose who you spend time with. I'll say that one more time. You cannot choose who is your blood family, but you can choose your friends, and you can choose who you spend time with. I do not spend time except a cousin, my mom. I don't spend any time. I don't have any conversations with my blood family. None. When I go to Hong Kong, I don't even see them. I don't want to see them. Now, that's called discipline. That's called not trusting myself. I don't want their negativity. I don't want their stuff. I don't want their programming to rub off on me. Not one bit. Because I don't trust it. Only a shower after I touch them. Has nothing to do with money, by the way. It has to do with they lack purpose. They lack ambition. They lack goals. I don't want that in my life. So you could choose. And I know it's hard. I know it's hard for you. I'm telling you, you can't afford it. Oh, what is my mom and dad? It's like this. You better find a way to move out. Well, Ed's got a phenomenal story. Ed could share like Ed's family, thinking Ed is like a, great copywriter. How many of you agree Ed is like positive, right? You would see that Ed is like, right, positive. No problem, right? Well, Ed, do you have any problems in your household growing up? They're all supportive, right? They're all supportive of your dreams, always like cheering you up.
Not quite.
So if you don't mind, share with the students.
Sure.
What is that? What is that like? Because you need to hear Ed's story.
Well, where do I start? Oh man. Well, when I was 15 years old, I wanted to be an entrepreneur, and I didn't want to go to school. I didn't want to go through the whole 9-to-5 thing. I didn't want to, do what everyone else wanted to do, because I saw how miserable everybody was. And I was doing my own thing, and my parents were very much against it. At the time, I had my own YouTube channel. I was making videos. The YouTube channel's deleted now, so don't look for it. But my parents were like really, really unsupportive. They were telling me that I should just go to school. I should stop doing this thing. It's not going to work. All the kids at school would make fun of me, call me a wannabe and like a loser, and I get bullied for that, even in high school. And they'd all make fun of me behind my back. And only my grandparents supported me, and my older brother and my little sister. My parents just didn't get it.
What's your, if you feel comfortable, what is your mom like? What's your dad like?
When
Not to be disrespectful, I just want to share the environment.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you right now what happened when I told them I wasn't going to go to school. That's always a fun story to tell. So I remember I was already finding like massive success in copywriting. I was making $4,500 a month when I was 17 years old. I didn't tell my parents though, because I knew if I told them I was making money, they would sabotage me. That they'd say,
you would think most parents want their kids to be successful and make money. No, Ed was hiding the fact that he was making money. Why? Because
I thought they were going to sabotage it.
Why would they sabotage it?
Because that means that I'm actually, pursuing my dreams. I'm a reflection of what they could have been.
So Ed's mom has always been the one that's got the money from your grandparents,
Yeah.
right? So your mom has she worked a day in her life?
She worked a bit in cosmetics
How
way
many
back
years ago?
many, many years ago.
And since then she has not worked.
She mostly, well, before my grandfather passed away and handed all of his money, and then before my grandma passed away and she handed all her money down to my mom,
Mm-hmm.
there's a lot of money.
Yeah, she doesn't have to really work.
No work. It's just my dad. My dad just worked all the time, multiple graveyard shifts, like 12 to 5 a.m. kind of shifts. Uh, like he would be coming home from work when I'd be waking up to go to school. Uh,
And how would you describe your relationship with your dad and your mom? Like between your dad and your mom?
it's a little disconnected. We're not on the same wavelength. It's like we're in two separate worlds, and they didn't really, in fact, they didn't support me until I actually became successful and moved out. My mom wanted me to go into probably like clinical psychology, or because I've always loved psychology, right? Like since I was 11, I was reading body language books.
Mm-hmm.
But
Which makes him, that's why he's a good copywriter.
been obsessed with the human psyche for a long time. And when I told my parents, I remember, so I was making 4.5K a month, and then I'd applied for all these schools, and I was like, this is so stupid. Why am I even doing this? I completely got rid of all of my applications, even though I got accepted to a bunch of schools. And I told my parents one time at dinner, I was like, Mom and Dad, I'm not going to school. I've already canceled my applications.
So think about this. Okay, if you have a kid making $7,500 a month at 17 years old, how many of you would be pretty proud? If you have a kid at 17 years old, right? How many would be pretty proud? At 17. And yet the relationship in some way, and I'm edit downplaying a bit, but to a point where the environment at home was too negative, right? Too much conflict, so we had to move out at a young age. And because the mom, Ed's mom, is usually the one that's controlling the finance. The reason why Ed's mom didn't want him to make money, because I told Ed the same thing, right?
You did.
Where when you make money, your mom won't like it. Or why won't my mom like it? Because she was controlling him with money.
Yeah, my mom controls the family
With
with
money.
her money. Yeah, so I would be the only person in my family, even like cousins included, who is secure. Because my older brother, he's in college still. He's still, you know, attached to the parents financially. My sister is only 15 at this point. My cousins are not very financially well off. They're very hardworking, blue collar people, and they're also dependent on my parents sometimes for money. But I'm the only person in the family who's not.
Mm-hmm. Because then, if Ed could support his own, right?
She
Doesn't
loses
need,
control.
doesn't need to ask for a handout. Then mom has no control. Mom can tell Ed, you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't do any of this stuff.
Exactly.
Right? So, and she doesn't like it because mom always has control. Mom has control for the dad too, right? I mean, your dad and mom, your mom is the one that's kind of the decision maker, right?
Completely.
Right?
Completely.
Yeah. So think about the environment. So even for Ed, you would think Ed doesn't have any. How many of you before Ed shared a story? Oh, you never thought Ed's family is like that.
Oh, there's a lot more stuff that I
There's
haven't
there's a
shared.
lot more stuff. Like we could fill the 2-hour class with just stuff. I guess I know a lot of the backstories, right? Right. And we're being very respectful to the parents.
Of course.
We're being very respectful to the parents. Like there's way more stuff. Way more
But
stuff.
one thing I want to really share with you is even if no one believes in you right now, just know that I believe in you, Sifu believes in you, the Avengers believe in you, your brothers and sisters believe in you. You're not alone. You're part of this incredible family, this incredible global family of people who understand you. They are from the same world as you. They've walked the path that you're walking right now. And I've been in your shoes, because I took a closer program way back in the day when I was 17. And I've felt what it's like to be a real student of Sifu and what it's like to have people not believe in me and to be able to tune into this incredible family of people who just get it. They just understand you, right? Put in the chat, how many of you feel like you finally feel like you belong somewhere? For me, that's one of the reasons why I'm getting emotional. That's one of the reasons why I'm here. It's because for the first time in my life, I feel like I belong somewhere. Being here with Sifu and the team and with HIC, HGC.
And that truly is like a family to me, right? We joked, we call him, Ed Lock, because like he's like a son to me, right? And it's true. It's very, very true that your parents, the people closest to you, they're the ones very often that they hold you back. So you need to learn that, okay, they are my parents, they are my siblings, and you need to learn where sometimes it's a tough thing to do, but you need to get out of that environment. You need to, I say that, write this down, love them from a distance.
Mm-hmm.
You truly need to love them from a distance.
It's very true.
Right? You can see your mom, from time to time, but knowing that you don't want to, because we can't help but be influenced by their behaviors, their beliefs long enough. You hang around with negative people long enough, they will affect you, period. It's just the way it is. It's just the way because everything, if you think about energy, everything is energy. That negative energy, that poverty mindset, it will rub off on you. And if you think it won't, then you're trusting yourself too much. You got it? You're trusting yourself too much. And don't even bother, please. Try to drag them along, pull them up. Don't. You're not there yet anyway. Once you're successful, if you want to, maybe, and that's a big maybe. I still prefer you don't. Because chances are they would pull you down versus you pull them up. If I was to bet.
Something about this?
Go ahead.
So about a year ago, I moved out of my parents' place, and it was one of the greatest decisions I've ever made, because I was able to create that separation between myself and my parents. And this is a bit more of a personal thing, but just really shows the power of your environment. I've had a terrible, and Sifu, this is really personal, so if it's not like okay for the class to hear, just let me know and I'll stop. But I've had a tremendously terrible dating track record. Every single girl that I dated, I was trying to save her. I wanted to be the knight in shining armor, right? I call it the white knight syndrome.
Yes.
And my older brother's the same. And I spent some time thinking about it, and I realized every single girl that I dated was exactly like my mom. So I was living out the relationship.
Yeah, like that's very profound what he just shared.
Between my mom and my dad.
Yeah.
Because that's all I see growing up, right? And when you're a kid, you really don't know any better. You don't know that you're actually playing out the relationship between your parents. So if you're a man, you identify as a man, your girlfriend, spouse, whoever is going to most likely be just like your mom. And if you identify as a woman, your significant other is going to probably be more like your dad. And that relationship with each other is going to be exactly what your parents were together. And I love my dad. I think he's an incredible caregiver, but unfortunately I don't want to end up like him. So moving out, I was able to see what it really means to have a real relationship. Sifu and his wife Jenny, that's the first time I've ever seen a healthy relationship between a man and a woman. And being around them and being around some other couples who I've met from working with Team Danlock and the Danlock organization, I now have, after a disgustingly horrible track record of broken women, emotionally torn, who, and I hate to say it, every single one of them, except for my girlfriend right now, they've all done self-harm. But I actually have and this is a big win, it's like an emotionally stable, loving girlfriend who I actually want to grow with, not fix.
How many of you try to fix people that you shouldn't fix?
That wouldn't have happened if I hadn't changed my environment. That wouldn't have happened if I hadn't taken ownership for my life, if I hadn't decided to make a big change. And the great thing is, like Sifu says, you can love your people, you can love your family from a distance. I rarely saw my parents for basically an entire year. And all of a sudden, once you become successful, my parents, my mom cannot stop bragging about me to her friends. She always wants to make sure that she gets my job title just right. So she knows exactly how to brag the best to her friends. She's like, oh, my son is the head copywriter for a multi-million-dollar organization. What does your son do? Oh, he's a doctor. Right? So they're gonna shit on you. They're not gonna believe in you until you become successful. Then they're gonna say that they believe in you all along, which we all know is horseshit.
Yes.
But appreciate it.
But sometimes they might not even say that. You're lucky if they say it.
Yeah.
Sometimes you might, even after you're successful, they still don't approve. They still don't believe in you.
Yeah. And then that's just like, well, what can you really do?
Yes.
But hopefully, right? And if not, again, appreciate the support, but don't expect it.
Don't expect it.
But within HIC, you can expect it and appreciate it.
So what I'm saying is, don't expect to get the support from the people around you. Get the support that you need. Write this down. Don't expect the support from people around you. Get the support that you need. Even my mom in the beginning, she wasn't that supportive. Actually, she wasn't supportive because when I said I wanted to quit, we had the dim sum ambush where she had all the relatives on a Sunday going to have dim sum, basically ambush me. It's me against a whole round table, 10 of them, try to convince me why I need to finish school. Right? So she didn't, and I promised her, just give me 5 years. 5 years, if I don't make anything happen, I'll go back to school. I'll finish whatever the degree, whatever it is, but give me 5 years. So it wasn't. And quite frankly, I don't need it. I don't need it. You talk to Jenny, I don't, and sometimes Jenny likes to challenge me because she knows my personality. No, I don't even need Jenny's approval. I said, I'm going to make it happen. I'm going to do something. My mom, it's nice. I'm not expecting it at all. I get the support that I need. So that's why I seek mentors. Because my mom, like how much, besides emotional support, there's not much business skill she could teach me. She could teach me how to be a good person, right? Characters, values, but she can't teach me how to be more successful financially. So I wasn't expecting that from her. It would be wrong to expect that from her. But I would just go get it myself. Who's figured it out? Then I go to people who figure it out. It's a great story. Thank you for sharing that. Thank you. This is daily mistake number 3. This is number 3. There was number 2 before. This is number 3. Listening to your own thoughts. And by the way, one more thing. If you have, how many have a supportive, like boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, and wife right now? You have a supportive significant other. They're actually supportive of what you're doing now. Developing high income skill, not pursuing a traditional path. Okay. If you have that, Sifu congratulates you, because that's rare. That's good. That's good. But knowing if they're supportive now, don't always expect you to be supportive 3 months, 6 months, a year from now. That's a reality check. That's one thing I learned from Big Dan. Because now you are excited on what Big Dan would say, hot and bothered. Just like, oh yeah, support you. Well, let's see what happens when you miss that anniversary, when you forget their birthday, when you miss Christmas, when you miss your daughter's recital, your son's game. Let's see if they are still supportive. So then that support is conditional. It's within certain parameters. When I say Jenny's supportive, she's supportive. I'm very lucky to have her in my life, because I need a partner, a wife that truly understands. I am not a typical, like, if like you as a husband, really, I don't think I'm a very good husband. If you rate husband as a traditional term, because I'm horrible with a number, like dates where, like, I think Anne might have seen it, like it's Jenny's birthday and it's Jenny's birthday, like it's on a day I don't remember. But she doesn't get mad. Well, in the beginning, first couple of years together, yeah, she does, but after a while she doesn't, because she knows she is not discrediting me, or she doesn't think of that as, oh, I don't cherish her, I don't love her, that's not how she sees it. Because she knows I have a lot of things to take care of. So I'm not a great husband in a traditional sense. You know what I mean? Like, I know that, I don't, a lot of things that she helps me in my life. Like when we go, like, I'm not a typical husband where, let's go to the mall. Let's like, let me go, do things. And I just don't do that. I don't do that. And she doesn't expect that. And now, like, nowadays, if she wants to get something, just go get it. But I'm not gonna spend like half a day, go to the mall and try to figure out what you want and then go get it. It's not gonna happen. Right? It's just not gonna happen. And if that's what you expect, I told her early on, like very early in a couple of years in relationship, I said to her, I'm not a typical guy that you date. I said, I have very ambitious dreams. I said, so if you expect me, like, get flowers and like typical things, and they spend a lot of time and really give you a lot of attention, A lot of things that maybe you expect from a typical boyfriend, I cannot give that to you. But I think one thing but I tell her, tell me your dreams. And she told me a number of things. She wanted to go to Disney. She wanted to be able to take up the family. Like she gave me a list, not a long list, 5, 6 things. And I told her, so I'm not a typical boyfriend, but if you and I together, this list, I'm going to make your dreams come true. I'm going to make every single one of your dreams come true. That's my promise to her. And I did it all and more. So if you could live with that, then I'm your guy. And I said, this is not a crazy promise. If I say I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it. But I need someone who would support me on my journey. And that's how I closed, right? That's how I closed her. And I did, right? I took her to Disney, every single thing and more. So that's the difference, right? That's the difference. But again, it's not for everybody. I'm just saying that's what Sifu promise, right? That's what it is, right? So mistake number 3, listening to your own thoughts. You are not your thoughts. You are not your thoughts. What are your thoughts? Most of your thoughts are repetitive. Most of your thoughts are nothing but programming from the past. You might think you have your own thoughts. No, almost every single thought that you have were planted by somebody else. Could be your parents, could be from the media, could be from your grandparents, could be from your brothers and sisters, could be from the school system. They were not your thoughts. So don't think, oh yeah, no. If you understand the human brain, it's like a software. Why does it run a certain way? Because someone put a certain software, certain apps in there, it runs a certain way. That's the biggest challenge. So remember, did Sifu teach you the lower self concept? Yes or no? Are you now more aware of your lower self, those lower self moments? Now, did the lower self just appear in the last 7 weeks, or were they always there, but you weren't aware of them? But now if you're aware of them, what could you do? Bitch slap them, yes. Watch out for them. Fight. Okay. So for my graduates, if you know the answer, don't give away the answer, please. Okay, it's for this season. So shh. From the previous season, please. Your lower self. Your lower self. How many of you would say that you have now a pretty good understanding of your lower self? Now we've been through this for a few weeks now. Okay. Do you know your lower self actually has 4 voices? Yes. Your lower self has 4 voices. Let's see how much you understand your lower self after this. There are 4 voices. You have the coward, you have the rebel, you have the skeptic, and you have the spy. Coward, rebel, skeptic, and spy. So let's talk about the coward first. Here's what your lower self, your coward, sounds like. I've never done this before. It's too complicated. I'm not going to get any better at this. I'm nothing special. I'm not good enough. What if I fail? What if I don't learn fast enough? What if I disappoint? What's the point anyway? I probably won't make it anyway. And if I succeed and fail again, then I will look really stupid. How many of you recognize the coward as your lower self from time to time? How many say some of these things? Consciously or subconsciously? So do we have a coward in us? That's just one of them. Everybody says, what the fuck? There's 3 more. There's 3 more. You have the rebel. The rebel is rebellious. Almost think of it like a rebellious teenager. How many of you have a teenager at home? You know what I'm talking about. Don't tell me what to do. I know that already. You know what you're talking about. I don't need to do this, you know. I get it. I can do this on my own. I don't need anybody's help. Who do you think you are? You think you're better than me, huh? I've been doing this for years, you know. That's a rebel. How many of you have a rebel in you? So we have the coward. We have the rebel. The 2 lower self voices. And then we have a skeptic. Well, I'll see how it works for others first, and I will, do it. Yeah, it's going to take too long anyway. Yeah, that works for him, that works for her, but not for me. Is there a guarantee? What if it doesn't work? There's no way it will work. I'll try this on my own, you know. I'm smart. I could figure this out. I could save money if I don't need to do this. By the way, the skeptic and coward are very good friends. Sometimes you start off as a skeptic. Is there a guarantee? And then it turns into a coward. Well, I've never done this before anyway. It's probably not going to work. They're like fucking twins. They're tight. They're brothers, sisters. Skeptic. How many of you have a skeptic? Think about how much the skeptic, the lower self, has cost you over the years. I want you to think about that. Give me a number. How many opportunities, how much money, how much success the skeptic cost you? And then there's one deadliest one. Very, very dangerous. It's called spy. Now, who is a spy? I want you to think about spy. It's like a double agent. Two-faced bastard. So here's what a spy sounds like. A spy always sounds like he has your best interest. It's like trying to protect you. A spy sounds usually very logical, very convincing, very logical. But it's a fucking two-faced agent, backstabbers. I'll wait till I'm more ready. You need a break. I've got a lot going on anyway. Maybe later. Let me sort some stuff in my personal life first. Sounds logical. Just looking out for your best interest at heart. You should be happy with what you have. Most people have less. You don't really need more. There are more people with a lot less. You don't need to be greedy. You shouldn't be that ambitious because you are the only child. You're a man, you're a woman, you're whatever. Spy is an agent, double agent. Very logical. Spy is the one that's saying, well, just skip a day, 30 minutes, okay. What difference does it make? Nobody knows. Don't have to write every day, right? Good. 3 times a day, you're good. Now, Steve's going to give you some coaching. Can I give you some coaching on this? So the spy sounds like it has your best interest at heart. Notice if you pay very close if you pay close attention, if you are truly self-aware, you would know these are lies. I'll go through some of them. Let's look at just the spy. Let me sort some stuff in my personal life first. How many have said that before? Before you make any major decision, before every single time you're facing with doing something outside of your box. Let me sort some stuff in my personal life first. What is your truth? The truth is, you've always been sorting out some stuff in your life. You've been sorting that shit out for how many years? There's always stuff to sort out. And you've been sorting it out. How's that program working for you so far? Sorting out some personal stuff in your life first. How's that working so far? You don't really need more. There are people with less. What has that to do with anything? If you're giving, you're loving, you're caring, by having more, can't you help more people? Can you give more? Can you be more? Can't you be more generous if you have more, you have abundance? So what's this bullshit? You don't need more. I need a lot more. I need a lot more. So I could give more. If someone deserves more, it's you, it's me. Because I could use it way better than most people. For some, they get into drug problems, alcohol problems. Give me more, I could help way more people. I could use that dollar better than most. It would go further than most. Yeah, Petty, you have to figure this out first before committing. Again, how's that program working out so far? Figure everything out. Figure everything out. Never commit. Did that work? That's the only question Sifu has for you. Did it work? You need a break. You need a break? You need a break? Seriously. You don't need a break. You need more gas. You need more stamina. You need more endurance. You need more courage. You need to take more action. You need more energy. You don't need a break. Not saying you're not busy. Not saying you don't work hard. But you don't have time. How many of you recognize you're running out of time? You don't have a lot of time. Sifu talks about this in FU Money. Take an average lifespan, 65 years. Let's give it 70 years. How old are you now? 70 years. The first 20 years of life, living under a roof, your parents' roof, learning how to walk, learn how to talk, how to write, going to school. First 20 years, gone. 1/3 of your life is spent sleeping. So take that out. 1/3 of your life spent on entertainment, commute, watching TV, stuff, obligations in life. Take out another 1/3. I don't know how much time do you have. You tell me how much time do you have to make your dreams come true, to live, write and live your own destiny, assuming you live until 70 years old. Assuming you don't fuck up. Some of you are in debt. How many of you in debt? You gotta pay off that. You gotta pay off that shit. That takes time. That's gonna cost you a few years before you're starting from zero. Okay, so how much time do you have? And you tell me you need a break. I say you need more urgency. You don't need a break. The break is the furthest thing, the furthest thing that you need. I don't need a break. So don't tell me you need a break. You don't have time. Life is short. Look at Kobe Bryant. Life is so short. And if you are like over 50, 55, damn. You better cut back some hours on sleep. You don't have a lot of time. You really don't. I'll wait until I'm more ready. So when will you be ready? Sounds logical. I'll wait till I'm ready. Well then, if you keep waiting, well, you could keep waiting, really. And by definition, you're never ready for anything new anyway, because the conditioned self, the lower self, is never ready. It's a survival mechanism. It doesn't want you to change. So this is why you have this feeling that you're not ready all the time. And even successful people have lower self issues. How many of you think successful people have no lower self issues? You have this belief, oh yeah, successful people, they don't have lower self issues. I could share with you. Now, Sifu is in the entrepreneur organization. I'm also in the young person organization. Both I'm a member of. And I get to meet a lot of CEOs, millionaires, billionaires, CEO of major company. And here are some of the things I see. I hear them, the questions, the lower self from them. Why do I carry not knowing? Why do I feel lack of control? Why do I doubt myself? Why do I struggle to trust my employees? Why do I not want to grow past X? Why has this happened? Why do I not want to confront my low performers? Why am I so hard on myself? Why do I feel the need to grow? So you think they don't have lower self issues? Believe me, they have coward, they have skeptic, they have rebel, they have spy. I know this from the language pattern. Now, what's very interesting, and Jenny can attest to this. My wife could tell if you meet Jenny, ask her. Sifu has very, very little lower self issues. I would say I have none, but I would let's say that's an exaggeration. Let's say I have very, very little lower self issues, regardless of my circumstances. Now, it's not that because Sifu is superhuman. No. It's a simple thing that I've learned. Would you like to know what that one simple thing is? It's one thing that I've learned. It's not magical. It's very, very simple. You're making it way too complicated because your spy wants to make it so fucking complicated. Sifu, how do I do it? What are the steps? I have simply learned to separate myself from my thoughts. That's it. Once I realize I'm not my own thoughts. And I ask a simple question, is this coming from my higher self or lower self? So I have my lower self talking, I just don't listen to it. Just because it's talking, I don't need to listen to it. And I bitch slap it a couple of times, it shuts the fuck up. So when the problem is, you don't know that's a lower self voice. Not only you don't know that's a lower self voice, you fucking listen to it. You take that as your own thought. You listen to it. Oh, what if I fail? Fuck you, lower self. Fuck you. Shut the fuck up. What if, shut the fuck up. I'm going to beat the crap out of you. Shut the fuck up now. Good. Keep quiet. That's it. That is it. But you don't do that. What do? You listen to that shit. And you base your action on that shit. I don't listen to it. I just do. It has nothing to do with my action. I separate it. I don't know how to do it. I've never done this before. What if it doesn't? I don't hear any of that shit. That's my secret weapon. Because I move through life without a lot of these lower self BS in my mind. Not overnight, but I condition myself. and I get myself to think about the thought you actually want to think about. So instead of letting your lower self control you, the four voices dictating what you should do, you should not do, I just get myself to think about the thought that I actually want to think about. If I'm not my own thoughts, if my lower self is telling me, what if I fail? Shut the fuck up. What if I succeed? I'm gonna fucking bitch slap you. What if I succeed? Well, you won't succeed. How the fuck do you know? Who the fuck are you? What the fuck do you know? Yeah, tell me. It's too complicated. I don't think it's complicated. I'll figure it out. Actually, it's quite simple. Why are you making it so complicated anyway? So I had all this shit like before. Oh, copywriting. Oh, I flung English when I was in high school. Twice. I speak with an accent. No one would hire me. My grammars are not good. No one would pay me. I don't have those beliefs anymore. It's fine. It's fine. Have people send me an email. Oh, you've got some typos in your unlocked book. So what? It's selling across North America in major airport. Like, duh. Yeah. I don't want to jinx it. It's doing well. Oh, you speak with an accent. I don't know. I think my accent is pretty sexy. I think it makes me memorable. You sound like everybody else. You see, like it's all how you see it. It's how you see it. Like you could turn and this is not the positive thinking, stuff I'm talking about. You could change the meaning that you view something. You give a different meaning. You just give a different meaning. So I'm going to ask you some questions. I want to see how, as a copywriter, you will reply. Okay. I'm going to be your lower self. I want you to use your writing skill. I want you to put in a comment. I want you to put in a comment. Okay. I've never done this before, but I'm gonna test this out. Okay. You've never done this before. How would you handle that? You're not that special. You're not learning as fast as other people, Oh, you're so what? You think you're so arrogant. You won't make it. You need a break. You're not ready. Why are you so greedy? What if you're not a copywriter? You're not born to be a copywriter.
Don't you need to sort out some stuff in your personal life first? Isn't that risky? You just go say secure a job. Just do that. Oh, now you already spent a lot of money. You want to spend more money? No.
Do you see how you could talk back to the lower self? There, you don't have to take that bullshit. You don't have to listen to it. You don't have to give any power. When you don't listen, when you fight back, when you bitch slap that lower self mentally, you will notice your lower self gets quieter. Then it doesn't talk as much. Do you know why your lower self talks too much right now? Because you've been feeding it. You've been feeding nutrition to it. Every single time you listen to your lower self, every single time you pay attention to your lower self, you give it more power. And your lower self got a pretty good track record, unfortunately. Your lower self has stopped you many times in life doing anything. New relationship, moving to a new city, doing something new, picking up a new book, meeting a new person, whatever it might be. Your lower self knows it's got you because your lower self has successfully stopped you for many times in your life. My lower self is a huge, massive fucking failure. So my lower self doesn't even try. It's good. My lower self has very low self-esteem. Very, very little track record. So it doesn't even try anymore. Like, it knows I'm gonna kick his ass. So it doesn't even like, it's like they would try to kind of stick the head out and like boom, right? Just boom, like punch the face and get hides back to the cave. Like it doesn't come out. It's true. It's very, very true. So you are not your own thoughts. Don't buy into that. Don't buy into that. We are 2 hours and 6 minutes into the bonus class. How about we'll take a quick 3-minute break. Go get a drink. Go to the bathroom if you need to. We will resume in 3 minutes. Or maybe it's your lower self telling you that you need a break. I don't know. But I'll see you in 3 minutes.
So hopefully you've taken some notes, you've taken a moment to reflect on the lower self. Ed, I got a question for you. So when the spy kicks in, the rebel kicks in, what are some of your ways that you combat your lower self when you're writing copy or you're working on something, a project, so to speak?
That's a good question. Usually I like to put myself in a state of mind where I can kind of change my physicality or I can change my emotional state. Whether that means I go for a walk and I listen to uplifting music, or I put on some music and I dance for a little bit. Because I find that when you are, I believe it's a quote from Einstein, you can't solve a problem at the same level of thinking you created it.
Ooh,
So if your lower self is created at a certain emotional state, you have to change your emotional state to change how you feel about the lower self and how you are impacted by those negative thoughts. I had a lower self moment. I believe it was yesterday. I had a lower self moment. And I was like, oh man, I really don't want to write this copy. You know what? This is a really, I don't have enough time to write this. And I got really stressed out and frustrated. And I was like, screw everybody. But I was like, you know what? What would it look like if if I did make this happen, right? Just ask a different question. What if this did work? How would that look? Okay, well, I guess I would do this and this and this and this. Okay, well, how long would that take you? Oh, I guess it'd take me a few hours. Do you have time today to put that aside to make that happen? Yeah, I guess I do. Do you think you can complete this today and on time? Yeah, I think I can do that. Yeah, hypothetically close yourself. That's another method as well.
Mhm.
And then I ended up doing it, and I crushed out like a 10 to 15 page sales letter in a few hours.
Wow. That's phenomenal. See, like finding ways to really work with yourself instead of fighting yourself, it's working with yourself. Now, HIC family, I'd love to hear from you guys in the chat below. Comment what are some ways that you yourself combat your lower self? What have been some ways that you found out? Hey, you know what? This works for me. For me, sometimes, like Ed said, changing up the environment. Sometimes it's actually because I'm quite the engaging person. I love to chat with people. I will go and speak with people who are high performers. So example, I'll go hang out with the HICC chat, or I'll go hang out with, sometimes Ed and I will chat. Like, Ed, hey, what can I do for this? He'll be like, hey, try this to motivate yourself. It's hanging out with high performers who are consistently pushing me. So being surrounded by a group of people like that, the top 5 people you hang out with or who you're going to be like, whenever I'm stuck with people who are higher self and always constantly working, it pushes me to do more. So let's read what you guys have to say. Samuel Jackson quotes, okay, getting fresh air. Yes, that's always a good one. I call someone I trust, tell them exactly what I'm doing or not doing. They steer me straight. Yes, accountability is very key. Change the environment, reward system. Yes, gamification is always powerful. I motivate others to motivate me. Okay. A little bit of closing there. Patrick says, I write out the thought to see as its own thing and then decide if it's a good thought or a lower self thought. That's powerful. Yes. Uplifting music, meet friends who inspire me. Phenomenal. Let's see, it's great. Everyone has their own little way with finding ways to move forward. Now, Ed, when you get stuck writing copy, is that a form of lower self or what does that really mean? Sort of a writer's block kind of thing.
I actually don't believe in writer's block.
Hmm.
I believe, well, there's I guess there's a couple layers. If you're saying, oh man, like I don't know what to write, this sucks, maybe I'm not fit for this task, maybe this is outside of my capabilities, and honestly, sometimes that is the case, and that is okay. Just be aware enough to know that that's the case. I've seen some examples of writers who have said, like, Ed, like I'm not ready for this, and that's okay. That's part of the process. But oftentimes that's not the case. The lower self that you are experiencing, it's just the spy. It's the spy trying to get to you, trying to make you think like, oh, it's not me, it's the copy, or it's some external excuse. However, lower self aside, I, in my experience, believe that writer's block happens because of a lack of research. When you haven't researched your topic enough, your audience, what they're going through, your offer, everything, when you haven't researched that enough and you know to the depth of your core that somebody can come up to you and play 21 questions with you and ask you a bunch of questions about your demographic and give you a bunch of hypotheticals like, you know what, how would you respond? Like, how would your audience respond to this? And give you a hypothetical, right? Like, let's say someone comes up to you and says, hey, you know what, how would your audience respond at the end of a day of work? So they go into a bar and they get a drink and they say to the bartender, you know what, I had the worst day ever. You would not believe what happened today. And then fill in the blank exactly what happened to them and all their pain points. If you're not able to do that, you have not researched your audience enough. If you're not able to articulate very clearly exactly what the offer is you are promoting, you haven't researched your offer enough, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you don't know the emotional hot buttons, if someone asks you, what are the emotional words that your audience resonates with most? If you can't say exactly what those emotional hot button words are, then you haven't done enough research. When you can do all those things, then you know that you've done your research, and writer's block should not be a thing. And sometimes writer's block happens because of a lack of structure, which is why structure is so important, right? Think about problem, agitate, solution. With all the examples from class, you know exactly what the problem is, you know what the agitation is, and you know what the solution is, right? All you have to do is tie those three ideas together with your copy. That's it. Doesn't that make it a lot easier? It's just a proven roadmap. There's no such thing as writer's block, but there is poor preparation and lack of research and structure.
Well said. Well said. It's amazing. This is going on during the break. It's like its own little lesson coming from you here. I love it. So Noah actually asks, how do you keep so consistent at long term at a young age? That's a good question.
There's a really great quote. I forget who said it. When your why is strong enough, it can overcome any how or what. For me, my why was to get out of my parents' place, move out. I was so fed up going to school 8 hours a day. I was so fed up with people around me not respecting me for who I am and my value to offer and what I can contribute to the world. And I didn't want to be stuck doing what everyone else is doing. Funny, my parents actually I remember we were at a family dinner a few years ago, and my mom was like, either you go to school or you get a job and get the fuck out of the house. I was like, oh man, that's a no-brainer. I was like, all right, I'm moving out. You watch out. You watch out. So when you are really, really clear on your outcome, when you're really clear on, even if you're not clear on where you want to be, how many of you are still a little bit unclear of where you want to go? Maybe it's like you have a general direction, you kind of know where you want to go, but you're not super duper clear. And that's okay. I'm also there right now, actually. It's like you have an idea, you have a guiding light, you know the general direction you want to go, but it's not super specific. That's okay. That's actually good, because that means that you're open to alternatives. Because what I found in life is we never get what we want, we get what we need. And this is a little bit woo-woo. And I know we're in break right now. I know Steve has been delivering an incredible class, but I want to give you guys a little bit extra, if that's okay with you.
You guys cool with some extra?
A little bit extra is okay? All right, awesome. When you have that North Star, you're no longer attached to the details. You can be attached to the vision of where you want to go roughly, but you're not attached to the details. So what do I mean by that? So for example, for me, I know that I want to create a tremendous impact on the world. And I want to inspire and motivate young people like myself to gain financial confidence and to help others and to raise the quality of life for people, because entrepreneurship gave me a place to be myself. And I want to give that to other people as well, so they can feel like they belong. That's the vision. I'm not clear super on how I'm going to get there. I don't know exactly what that's going to look like. And if you don't either, that's okay. But that's the vision. The details, I don't know exactly how I'm going to get there, but I have that guiding star. I know that that's what I'm going to do. Now, you don't have to know exactly what you're going to do. However, I bet you right now, and put it in the chat, let me know, you know what you don't want. Correct? You know what you don't want. If you're like me, you probably don't want to go the traditional path if you're younger. Or maybe you've already done the traditional path and you want a change of scenery. You want a change of venue. You want a change of status. You want a change of passion. You want to try something new. You feel like you're stuck in a job and you want to explore the world, explore the options, and truly express yourself in a completely different way. Or maybe you are making freaking good money, but that's not fulfilling you because you want to leave a legacy. You want to help other people. Or maybe you feel like the work you're currently doing is not fulfilling you to the core. You just feel like you're working for a paycheck and not for a purpose. And that's okay, because what's more important than knowing what you want is knowing what you don't want. When you know what you don't want, you just do the reverse. You look at the reverse, and then that's where you will go. That's where you strive for. If you want to, again, I've seen some people in the chat, they don't want to live with their parents. Excellent. That means you want to live on your own. You don't want to do the traditional path. That means you want to try something new. You're stuck where you are right now. That means you want freedom. You want flexibility. You want more choices in your life. And it doesn't matter where you're starting from, because the important part is that you start right now and you commit to it. So I know that was a really lengthy, very, very lengthy answer to how do you stay committed over a long period of time. Use your pain to drive you. Use your pain to drive you, because your pain is your ultimate power. Like Sifu says, your adversity is the ultimate advantage. So whatever pain you're going through right now, whatever struggle you're going through right now, use that as fuel to get to where you want to be. And if you're comfortable right now, I know a lot of people who are taking this course, they're comfortable. I know a lot of people in the HIC family, they're very, very comfortable. If you're comfortable and you have no pain, it can be harder to be motivated. And at that point in time, you have to think about how much more painful is it going to be if you stay comfortable, if you stay within your comfort zone, if you don't take risks. What are you going to tell your children, your grandchildren, when they're like, Dad, Mom, Grandpa, what great stories do you have from your life? What did you do? Who were you in your prime? Oh, I mean, I appreciate that you gave me this great life, but what did you really do? You didn't impact anybody. You didn't really make a difference in the world. You didn't do anything great. How is that going to make you feel? So at that point, you ask yourself, are you really comfortable? Are you comfortable being comfortable? Or do you want to have some pain to motivate you, to push you forward, to make an impact, to help others, to stay the path, stay the course no matter what it takes? Are you guys committed to staying the course no matter what it takes? Are you going to use your pain to push you forward? Are you going to do whatever it takes, and I mean whatever it takes, to become, not just achieve what you want to achieve, but become who you want to become? Are you going to be the man or the woman you know that you can be? And are you committed to getting there? Are you going to use every single tool, every single asset, every single fiber of your being to move forward and become the best version of yourself, create the most incredible impact, and help as many people as you can while creating an incredible life for yourself? No one else can do this but you. As much as me and Sifu can do what we can for you, we can show you the door, like Sifu says, but we cannot make you walk through it. And unless you have that within you, to push yourself beyond your comfort zone, to push yourself beyond what you think you are capable of, we see that you are capable of so much more than you already think you are. We know that you have it in you to get wherever you want to be in your life. Whatever that dream life looks like for you, whatever that fulfillment looks like for you, that growth, that happiness, that contribution, that security, that safety, whatever that looks like for you, it's possible. Just like Sifu says in every single attitude of gratitude, within this circle of gratitude, you've already achieved everything. Everything is possible. Everything is possible for you. And when you finally accept that, that's when abundance flows into your life. And you will continue to attract abundance and wealth and success and fulfillment and incredible memories and experiences with amazing people and amazing skills and amazing opportunities that you never thought would be possible. You never thought would appear in your life. So when you ask, how do you stay motivated? How do you stay the course for a very, very long time? You got to ask yourself, would you be okay with not being motivated for a long time? With not staying the course for a long time? Would you be okay with that? I wouldn't. Fuck. Like, to me, what keeps me motivated is I'm either a high income copywriter or I'm doing what everyone else my age is doing and working at fucking McDonald's, being $40,000 to $100,000 in debt, being surrounded by a bunch of people who are unfortunately going nowhere in life. Sure, some of them might be successful at one point, but are they really going to be happy? Would I rather do what I'm doing right now? Would I rather put in the hours, put in the pain, put in the practice? Or would I rather go work at McDonald's and be depressed for the rest of my life? It's really that black and white for me anyway. I don't know about you guys.
Well said. That's ad lock for you.
Thank you, Sifu.
And knowing that always be aware of your lower self, the four voices, that you're not your own thoughts. Mistake number 4, and that's learning without a structure. Within Team Denlock, we have a saying. If it's not a routine, write this down. If it's not a routine, it's rubbish. If it's not a system or structure, it's shit. Say it with me. If it's not a routine, it's rubbish. If it's not a system or structure, it's shit. You might want to do something. If it's not a routine, if it's not your daily routine, if it's not your habit, it's rubbish. You're not going to do it. It's not going to happen. If it's something that, oh, I'll feel like it when I write 30 minutes. I'll feel like it when I write. Now, I'll write whenever I have time. If it's not a routine, it's rubbish. If you don't have a structure, if you don't have a system, forget it. Forget it. HIC is a system, it's a structure. This is why you've learned so much. Can you see this is why you learn so much? Think about in just a few weeks. And we're not doing a class every day. We're doing a class once a week. But see how much you've grown because it is a structure. Can you see the power of having, like when you combine a structure with mentorship and supportive environment, now you are putting yourself in a position that you cannot fail. Now you're setting yourself up for success instead of setting yourself up for failure. This is why I said, believe in yourself, but don't trust yourself. Part of not trusting yourself, you got to give yourself that structure. You got to give yourself that routine. You got to give yourself that support. So as a copywriter, do you believe people love to pay you? You want people to pay you. Doesn't it feel good when someone pays you? So if we want people to pay us well as a high income copywriter, we first have to believe that people will pay us. If you don't see yourself as a copywriter, meaning you don't see yourself making a living using your skill set. For my students how many, when you got your first PayPal, maybe from Seafood, when you made your first dollar, by the way, just the first dollar, how many of you felt a little surreal? Like, oh, I actually made money doing this. It feels a little bit like you're excited, you're happy, but it feels a little bit, oh, did I actually make money like using nothing more than my pen and my intellect, right? Yeah, it's like, is this real? Right? Your first time. Yeah, that's right, right? You have to like refresh, make sure maybe it's the PayPal. It's like, what is it? That's a little bit odd because we are not comfortable with it yet. I remember the first time someone paid me a few $100s to write like my first copywriting job and gig. It was the weirdest feeling. I can't believe like someone actually paid me to do this. Like it's actually at the time I had a lot of lower self. Why would they pay me to do this? Why would anyone pay me to do this? Can they just write it themselves? That was what's going through my mind. My lower self back then was very loud, right? It hasn't taken a lot of beating yet. I haven't abused my lower self yet, right? My lower self was way louder than me. So it was very strange. It's like, oh, okay. It feels weird, especially when the first time when I closed I think it was the first time Alan asked me to bump up my price. I think from like the first 1K to 2K, right? The 2K was like, yeah, like it was unreal. I can't believe someone would pay me 2K to write some letters. I felt bad. I actually felt guilty. Like they would pay me $2,000 to write like some words, right? I didn't have the identity yet, right? I wasn't for sure. Seafood wasn't wearing the cape, right? It was just like, really? Like it was like, really? Right? Now that changed real fast. Well, after Alan boosted my self-esteem and bumped up my confidence, then it was like, okay, now this is good. I like this. I like this, right? Then I learned, right? Well, if they pay anything less than that, I'm not interested. I learned to say no, right, to opportunities, the low paying opportunities. But for yourself, keep in mind, the most important thing you can do is getting your first dollar. Making your first dollar. Now, does that mean that's the only dollar you ever make? If you can make a first dollar, can you make a second dollar? Can you make your third dollar? Can you make 10? Can you make 20? Can you make 100? Can you make 500? Can you make 1,000? Can you make 2,000? Can you make 5,000? Can you make 10,000? But that first dollar is so critical. Okay, so for my mentees who you've gotten paid, right? That first dollar, the first $10, the first $100, when that hits your account, right? When it hits your PayPal, when it hits your bank account, how does that feel? Yeah, it feels amazing. It feels like $1 million. Now it is real. Now you can see, oh, okay. Now it's real because you could see the booms. You can see the success stories every damn day. In Facebook, it doesn't matter until it happened to you. When it happened to you, that first dollar, you know, okay, I earned, it's a very different dollar. In fact, let me ask you this. Even the amount is only a fraction of what you're earning right now from your job, your business, whatever you're currently doing right now that maybe you don't like and you don't enjoy so much. But that amount that you earn from copywriting means more to you compared to what you're earning from your job. You're happier because I did this working from home. I did this working in a cafe, right? I didn't have to commute to this. In fact, how many of you have never ever met that person face to face? Whoever pay you, it could be seafood, it could be face to face. You've never met that person the client face to face. So there you go. So the first step, by the time you graduate, you need to set a goal, getting that first dollar. That's Seafood's goal for you. I don't care if it's $1. I don't care if it's $10. I don't care if it's $30. It doesn't matter the amount. I need you to feel it. I need you to know what it's like to get paid as a copywriter. Seafood is just as happy if you get a $5,000 gig versus a $30 gig. I'm just as happy for you. Because I know this is not the first chunk of money you make. I just need you to get your foot in the door. Just get paid. Doesn't matter. A couple bucks, it's awesome. You get your next one. And the great thing about a high income skill, this is not an incremental improvement. This is not. Seafood went from making very little to 6-figure to $10,000 a month in less than 1 year. This is not you go from 1,000 and then next year it's 1,500 and then maybe another year is 2,000. This is geometric growth. This is not this is different. This is the difference between a skill and a job. This is exponential. As long as you can deliver value, as long as you're upgrading your skill, you could double and triple it. There's no limit. So don't get discouraged and don't displease. Don't discredit yourself. Your lower self, it's only $30. It's only $40. What can you do with $40, You hear that? What do you say to the lower self? That's right. That's right. Don't let your lower self discredit and discount you. Trying to put you down. Say, it's not a big deal, right? Doesn't mean a whole lot, You can't even buy dinner with that. It'll make up shit. It would do anything but encourage you. And guess what? When you do a second and third, when you get paid second and third time, your lower self would be, you're just lucky. You're just lucky, Let's see how long this lasts. It's always something. It's always something. And now you're getting paid thousands of dollars to write copy. And then your lower self is like, you probably don't deserve that money, You're overcharging now. You're taking advantage of people, You're just starting out. You shouldn't charge that much. You should wait 10 years. Fuck, it's always something. You'll see. It's always something. So, I don't believe what you say. I only believe what you do. I don't believe what you say. I only believe what you do. So, I would see when we are hiring copywriters, when we have opportunities for my students, for my mentees, I don't listen to what you say. I watch what you do. I want to see if you're showing up to class. I want to see if you're coachable. I want to see if you're handing in the assignments on time. I look at all those things. Because how you do anything is how you do everything. I look at if you're posting in Facebook. I notice a couple of students who are posting very regularly. And then I ask my team, I look at the post. That's very, very good. That's a writer. That's a HIC. And then have my team get in touch. I say, here's some opportunities. I watch it. I don't say anything. I just watch it. I observe. I look. See, most people don't get to where they want to go because you are making decisions from where you are, not from where you want to be. So I want to draw a little graph. I'm going to show you something here. I want to draw like a line that's going up, like a curve from low to high. Draw that. So the bottom part of the graph, that's where you are now. Do a little circle. Okay. And then, yes, I see Patrick making videos all the time. I watch those videos. I see Lisa posting every day. I see the post. I know that. So where you want to go. So at the top of the graph, that's where that's where you want to be. So where you are to where you want to be. Where you are, where you want to be. So you can see the low point from on the graph, that's where you are, and that's where you want to be. You got it? Do you have that in front of you? Okay. From that group, from there. So you look at the distance. Where you are to where you want to go. The problem is with most people, this is where they want to go, but they make decisions from where they are, not from where they want to be. You make decision from where you are, not where you want to be. I'll tell you a quick story. So many years ago, I set a goal. I thought to myself, I wanted to buy a Bentley. I thought it would be a car that I could enjoy for a long time, right? That would be nice, very nice. And I had a chance to sit in another Bentley. So that's when I got the idea, oh, this is a very nice car, right? I want one. That's the thing. Once Albert Einstein said, once a mind stretch never retracts to its original state. I say that Sifu says, once your wallet is expanded, it never retract to its original state. Once you experience the good life, once you've flown business class and first class, you don't want to go back to economy. Before, economy was tolerable, manageable. Well, once you go business class and first class, oh my God, now you go back to economy, it is a torture. So once a wallet is expanded, it never retract to its original state. So I set a goal. I said to myself, I want to buy a Bentley. So here's the first thing I bought. I bought it from eBay, a Bentley license plate, like a frame. A Bentley branded license frame. So I got to my home, and Jenny was like, "What is this?" I said, "Well, that's my frame, see, for my Bentley." And Jenny's like, "Where's the Bentley?" I'm going to get one. Well, when are you going to get one? Well, I set some goals. Now, even I could get one, but I set some goals. I want to hit these goals to reward myself. Then I'm going to get my Bentley. But you don't have a Bentley yet. It's coming. You don't have one yet. It's coming. I'm going to have one. You're crazy. Why don't you wait till you get the car? Then you get your frame. How do you know it'll fit? It will fit. I know it will fit. And Jenny was shaking her head. But think about it. Most people would wait. Oh, wow, I'll get that, then I'll get this. Do you think Sifu is making decision from where I am? Or am I making decisions from where I want to go? Because if I know I'm going to get it, what's the problem with getting the frame first? Because I know that's what I'm going to get. And I know I'm getting it. See, most people don't actually believe in themselves. This is what I said. You don't believe in yourself. Versus making decisions from where you want to go. From there, reverse looking back. No different than what I'm doing today. I'm looking at where I want to go and I reverse engineer. And my vision is to build $1 billion company. I don't wait till I have $1 billion company and then looking back. I look at what does the CEO of $1 billion company look like, think like, operate. How would he behave? What does he need? What skill set does he need? And I reverse engineer. I don't look at it from bottom to top. I look at it from top to bottom. That's the difference. I call that smelling the letter. For my students, you know what I mean. Wealth trigger, smelling the letter. You want to buy a car? Buy the keychain first. You want Mercedes? You want Tesla? Buy the Tesla keychain. Put it on you. You wear it. I'm already driving the Bentley. I'm just waiting for the car to come into reality. This is not like daydreaming. This is not like a positive thinking. No, this is challenge your reality to catch up to my vision. I'm already there. It just takes time for the reality to catch up. Because I'm making decisions from there. I am making decisions from a place of abundance, where most people making decision from scarcity, from a place of lack. And they wonder why they never have abundance. They wonder why they never have abundance. Because you're always coming from lack. How could you have abundance? Like, tell me, how could you have abundance when you always make decisions coming from a place of scarcity? And it has nothing to do with your resources. It has nothing to do with resources. So keychain, if you want to move to a new house, if you think I'm going to move to a bigger house, it's going to have a king size bed. And now you let's say you have a smaller bed. Get the sheet. Get the nice, expensive, branded bed sheet. You have a whatever, queen size, junior size, doesn't matter. Get the king size. Put it on. It looks awkward. It is like the sheet is too long, it's too big. Good. That's where you want to go. Your current bed doesn't fit your new reality. And every single day sleep on it, well, you feel good, really good. You get used to it. But you're saying to yourself, this doesn't fit. My bed is too small. It doesn't fit my sheet. Good. My house is too small. It doesn't fit the bed I want. Good. And every single day it reminds you, it doesn't fit. It doesn't fit. It doesn't fit. And then suddenly you get a house that it fits. You get a bed that it fits. You got to pull your reality towards you, not observe it from a distance. Don't observe from a distance. One of my goals, I want to have a lock tower in Vancouver. That's on my vision board. It's going to cost about $300 to $400 million. I have it on my vision board. I look at there's a building that I like. Maybe I'll build one, but there's one that I like. I can see it right here, right now, looking at it. I look at it every fucking day. Every fucking day I look at it. I visualize myself looking from the building, looking this way, going up the elevator. There's my name on it. To look at every day. I keep talking about it every day. I know. And by the way, I bought the domain name a few years ago, locktower.com. Don't bother looking. I own it. I bought the domain name first before I have the tower. Because I'm going to build a gorgeous website. That's the difference. Do you understand? That is the difference. It's going to happen. I know it's going to happen. I don't have, well, what if, well, you've never developed like a building before. You don't have the background. Fuck you, lower self. I don't need it. As my mentor said, don't confuse me with the facts. Write it down. Don't confuse me with the facts. I don't give a shit. Don't tell me what I haven't done. Don't confuse me with the facts. I don't want to hear that shit. $400 million building, I probably need 100 million, 150 million cash. So I just accumulate 100, 150 million cash. What's the big deal? Then every level, and it's going to be, by the way, I'm gonna lease it out to some I'm gonna keep. All my companies, different level. Upstairs, corporate finance, capital, HQ, middle, the more established companies. Below that, co-working space, incubators, startup entrepreneurs, young people. They could use it for free. I don't need to make money from it. They can use the space. I want them to have ideas. I want to nurture. They can create. And I'm going to go up and down. I already know. I'm going to go down and up different floors, walk into the office. Hey, what are you guys working on? By the time I'm an older man now, I want to know, what are you guys working on? I want to be able to help them, mentor them, coach them. Maybe they need funding. They need mentorship. I'm just go up and down like this. That's would be my ideal day. So the tower occupy most would be either companies I am involved in, I'm investing, I'm helping. That's how vivid I see it. And I'll talk about it. And I'll talk about it. I'll talk about it until one day you'll see it. Because I see it in my mind already. I know what it's going to look like. I know all of that. Do you see the difference? So a true believer doesn't just tell someone that what they believe. They see what you believe by watching what you do. Right? It's not just, oh yeah, I want it. And no, what do you do? What are you doing now to move forward? Talk is cheap. Talk is cheap. Wealth is committed to one idea over time. What kills prosperity is procrastination. What kills prosperity is distraction. Consistency beats intensity any day of the week. You need to get good consistently. This is why it's not routine, it's rubbish. If it's not system and structure, it's shit. It's how do you consistently get good? Consistency. Say it with me. Consistency beats intensity. If you want to lose weight, do you think you do one day, you work out for 10 hours, run, weights, all of that for one day, 10 hours, or are you better off at working out 1 hour a day for, let's say, 5 days, and then for many, 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 many months? Which one's going to get you better results? Even though the first one, the 1 day is more intense, that's not what gets results, especially when it comes to skill. When it comes to developing your high income skill, you need consistency. A commitment is a commitment with a formal structure. Without a formal structure, it is not a commitment. So if you say, I want to lose weight, oh, that's nice, a good idea, but think about two people. First person says, I want to lose weight. Well, how are you going to do that? Well, I'll exercise sometime, and I'll kind of, watch out for my diet. The second person says, commitment is commitment with a formal structure. I'm going to exercise 3 times a week. I'm going to hire a personal trainer because I don't trust myself. I'm going to work out between 6 a.m. to 7:30, 3 times a week. I'm going to do 1 hour of cardio and 30 minutes of weights 3 times a week. I'm going to have a personal trainer come train me. And then I'm also going to have the personal trainer help me map out my nutrition plan for every day for the entire week. In fact, I'll pre-made and pre-package those healthy meals, and I'll put them in the fridge ahead of time, so that when I'm hungry, I feel the craving, I don't grab snacks. I will have enough food all the time, fueling me throughout the day. Who do you think is going to lose weight? That's the difference. One is a fucking dream in a la-la land. One is a commitment, and it's a commitment with a formal structure. Most copywriters, they learn something here, they learn something there. And what happens is they end up with like bits and pieces of information from everywhere. They don't have any deep knowledge. Ed was like this. Ed was learning from a little bit here, little bit there, little bit here, little bit there, but there's no synergy, right? It's where it's bits and pieces, but it doesn't have the in-depth knowledge. The difference between Sifu and everybody else, my knowledge is deep. Every single topic I teach, closing, copywriting, marketing, speaking, deal making, you name it, it's deep. This is why most people would run out of knowledge and wisdom to share. That's not my problem. That is not my problem. I don't have that problem. You're gonna spend a long time. And my knowledge is still compounding. So I'm running. I'm growing too. So when it comes to the power of compound knowledge, when you stack, what's the word? Stack new knowledge on top of old knowledge, then the results are exponential. Why you notice my students, if they're learning high ticket closing as well as high income copywriting from me, yes, they are the ones who experience exponential growth and exponential results just because they're stacking on their skill sets. So they are writing, but at the same time, because they have closing skill, they could talk to people and close on the phone, and boom. They can do both. Or on the other hand, they're closing, but now they know the psychology, and they know how to use email, and they know how to use private message, they know how to write, combine it with closing in person, on the phone, and in print. Yeah, it's exponential because of stacking. The difference, people don't understand. The difference, would you like to know the difference between stacking versus shiny object syndrome? Okay. So think about people, because people get confused. Shiny object syndrome is you're learning different things. You're like going all kinds of different directions, but those things are not related to each other. Meaning you cannot combine them. So if you think about if I'm learning Forex trading and I'm learning e-commerce and I'm doing a little bit of try to buy something from flea market and flip it, well, that's not related. And by the way, those are gimmicks. Those are not skill sets. But when you're learning a skill set, a skill, and one skill, when you learn it, will make the other skill stronger. That is stacking. When they have no correlation between each other, then you have shiny object syndrome. Do you understand the difference now? So when I learned, when I was doing copywriting, then later on I added consulting, right? It's adding to my skill set, it's stacking. I'm not going, I'm not suddenly learning copywriting, then I go to learn how to do constructions. Like that to me, it's a big gap, right? Or suddenly I'm learning copywriting, then I go to learn to be a chef, how to do cooking. It's not quite related, right? It's copywriting, and I add on consulting, right? Then add on closing. By doing that, then I have exponential in terms of income growth. This is how I was earning more and more and more. That's the difference. Shiny object syndrome is jumping from one thing to another. This is why when I have mentees who ask me, well, Sifu, can I learn both HTC and HIC? I said, yeah, absolutely. As long as you're committed doing the assignments for both. You can finish one and do another, but as long as you're committing doing the assignment for both. If you're not committed, don't do it. But if you're committed doing the assignments, then yes, I said those skills you would see, it would help you exponentially because you will now be able to do both. And by being a better closer in person, you'll be a better closer in print. By being a better closer in print, you'll be a better closer in person because it's still closing skill. It's the same skill. Now, there are distinctions in terms of mechanics, but it's the same skill. Does that make sense? It is still closing, but mechanically, there's a difference. There are different steps. When you understand that, then it's clear. So, example, if you were to learn speaking from Sifu, same thing. I will tell you it's the same thing. It's now you're just closing what I call platform closing or closing to a group. It's one to many. Write this down. Skill stacking equals multiply income. Skill stacking equals multiply income. Think about how Sifu went from 100,000, right? 10K a year, 10K a month, right? 120K each a year. Then I added consulting, boom, I doubled my income. Not many people could do that. I just added one skill and boom, I double my income. Like that's pretty crazy if you think about it. Because I stack on my skill. I'm not trying to learn something else that has no relationship between each other. So the structure, also when it comes to HICC, I want to take a moment to explain why it's so powerful. And because of Ed, if you can help me read the curriculum. And by the way, these are good headlines. You should take a screenshot of this about the month 1, month 2, and month 3.
Sure, I'll start with month 1. So month 1, the accelerated program of everything you need to know Craft multi 6 or 7-figure online marketing campaigns.
Who wants to learn how to craft multi 6 or 7-figure online marketing campaigns? That's month 1. Month 2.
How to write irresistible copy that will triple your response rate, skyrocket your click-throughs, and make your clients wish they hired you sooner.
Who wants to learn how to do that? Month 3.
And Sifu, real quick, by the way, so we just wrapped up month 2. We had month 3 is coming up really soon. HICC, how has the classes been so far? Put it in the chat.
Awesome, amazing, phenomenal, amazing, fantastic, love it. Tons of
Applicable.
learning, growth, insights. Absolutely amazing, spectacular, priceless. And month 3?
The secrets of how top HICC students consistently get published on copywriters.com and get paid to write for Sifu Danlog and highly esteemed copywriters.com clients.
Oh man, we're already updating. Like now we're already going into putting more into development to make copywriters.com better. We're doing some pretty cool stuff. Some I can't review yet, but later on I will review.
All right, month 4, the TDL email system, how to build high ROI email sequences, write slippery slide emails, and form an unbreakable bond with your list, part 1.
In month 5, keep going.
Golden Goose Facebook ads, 9 surefire ways to write Facebook ads that will produce ridiculous returns week after week, month after month, part 1. And then
By the way, just literally today, before this class, I was on the phone with one of the senior ad representative from Facebook, sharing with the team, right? Ed was there, right? Sharing with us the latest policy, the latest in terms of the scalable copy, in terms of compliance. We're talking directly, not just, we're talking very high level Facebook rep, getting on the phone with us, giving us the best practices, sharing the latest insights with the whole marketing team. That's an unfair advantage. The reason we could have those access because how much money we've spent, millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars, right? It's amazing stuff. Keep going.
And Sifu, one thing I want to point out is a lot of people who teach compliance and scalable copy, they figure it out by, figuring it out. Like they try a bunch of stuff and they just throw a bunch of crap against the wall and see what sticks. And oftentimes they don't
go get it from the source.
We get it right from the source.
We get from the source. When we're talking about chatbot, I'm talking about getting from the source, right? I directly email the CEO of ManyChat. I don't talk to the low-level people. I directly like, what are you working on, man? Let me know. What are some of the new updates? Let me know, right? That's the power network.
Right, month 6, the plug and play chatbot series. Simple and easy flows you can add to clients' businesses and help them create an additional 5-figure income stream.
Month 6 and month 7.
Killer copy tactics that will stop your prospects in their tracks, hypnotize their minds, and suck the money right out of their wallets, part 1. And month 8.
Ed wrote that one. That's totally not compliant at all.
Not compliant.
But I thought it was fun, right? How many think it's kind of fun headline?
I love the last line.
It would not work for Facebook ad, but it's a cool headline in the class. Month 8.
Month 8, the TDL email system, how to build a high ROI email sequence, write slippery slide emails, and form an unbreakable bond with your list, part 2.
Yeah, so keep in mind, we go through like we do email, we do chatbot, we do landing page, right? But then we also we go back and circle back and go more in depth, right? So we'll spend a 1 month on just one pillar, and then we go to the next pillar, and then we go back and go deeper with that pillar, right? So it's a difference where this is where Sifu was talking about the depth of your knowledge. So it's not like, oh, we learn email and move on. No, we learn email, we go learn something else. It's like you're learning how to punch, right? Month 1, and then next month you learn how to kick, right? And then month 3 you learn ground fighting, right? But then month 4 you go back learning how to punch. We build on it. We build on it, and then learn how to kick again. Now you learn some new moves to build on the existing skill. Keep going.
All right, month 9, Golden Goose Facebook ads. 9 surefire ways to write Facebook ads that will produce ridiculous returns week after week, month after month. Part 2.
I don't know if that's also compliant either. I don't know, but it's a good one though. Month 10.
All right, month 10, the secrets of how high-ticket masterminds create record-breaking funnels and manufacture million-dollar days out of thin air. Part 2.
Yes, and then month, you can see month 11, month 12, we go back and talk about part 2. We build on what we build on, or what we've done from part 1, and then we go into part 2. And I want to share some things we're working on.
Stephen, can we?
Okay, I'll share a little bit. I really shouldn't. I really shouldn't. I'll share a little bit. Just a little bit, okay? So one of the things that Steve was working on is, I won't name because I can't name a name, okay? But I'm taking, it's a first project I want to experiment with. I want to be able to create a software in artificial intelligence on copywriters.com to help my student copywriter to write faster. So I'm taking one particular copywriter's work and I'm programming it into a neural network. So it's like a machine learning. Okay. So I'm taking that, and then once we do that, it's going to be 3 to 6 months process. Then if let's say you're writing copy, how many have ever used Grammarly? So it is like that, where you're writing, but then it's giving you suggestion of it's this copywriter, roughly what this copywriter would write next. So think about how much time it would help, right? So this is one thing that we're working on copywriters.com. I told you I'm working on some cool stuff. See if we're working on some pretty cool stuff, So yeah, I mean, it's cool. And that's the first phase. And no, it won't. Think about, because AI would not be able to think. Keep in mind, it's like closing. The AI would never be able to think. But if it could give us suggestions on how to write faster, and if we could connect with, this is so good, this is a phase 2 or 3 that I'm thinking about, if connect with Facebook and Google, oh my fucking God, I can see the tower. Meaning, think about if you can connect with any ads that we wrote, it feeds back to the machine. So when clients hire us, let's say you hire us to write 10 emails. As you're writing the email, this is like phase 2 or 3. This is where I want to get to. I don't know if we could ever get to that, but that's Sifu's goal, because I know this would disrupt the industry. As you are writing in a certain direction, the machine is already suggesting to you, hey, if you're writing for this vertical, do it in this way, because it's proven to get the highest conversion or highest click-through. Real time. Now that is a disruptive idea. No one's ever done it before. But that's what Sifu is working on. Because that's how copywriters.com should be, in my mind. So then I could have copywriters utilizing this, and then I could have so many copywriters in the world once I have this. So then it becomes the data. Then the companies are hiring copywriters, but they're also buying shortcut because our copywriters are trained and produce copy that are most likely to convert to produce the best results. Now that's a big business. That's a big business. So just a little something that we're working on. So freedom follows structure. Say with me, freedom follows structure. Structure allows you to learn faster. You can learn, so you can earn faster, because the faster you learn, the faster you earn. And the faster you earn, the faster your freedom comes. So structure are very, very critical. And we were getting some questions from support on HICC. I'll just take 5 minutes to answer some of those. Then I would want to come back to class, okay? Because I know you might have some questions. If you want to ask me the questions, you could also ask me as well. So one of the questions we get is, oh, Sifu, how do HICC members get paid? Like, remember the structure that we have, right? If you don't remember, I'm going to remind you here. So I share with you the investment for HICC is $25,000. So imagine if it's $25,000 for 1 year of mentorship from Sifu and Adventures, how many of you believe it's worth the $25,000 investment? But Sifu doesn't want all that money up front, right? As I said, I will let you pay 75% of that out of what you make with what I teach you. All you need to do to invest upfront is the $6,250. Even that, you can spread it out into installments, right? So with the rest, it means that we'll do a very simple 75-25% split. So let's say Sifu, through copywriters.com, we got a couple good clients for you. Some paying you at one time, some paying you per project, some paying you a retainer. Let's say by the end of this year, you earn $100,000 in operating fee. Okay, from that, you keep 75% of that. Sifu keeps 25% of that. It's that simple. Does that make sense? Right? Now, of course, if you want to get to that six figure, which Sifu wants to help you get to, we got to get to, 120 somewhat, 100 somewhat more K, more than 100K, of course. And that's the goal for year one, right? Now, for some, you do more, you do better than that. For some, maybe the first year, depends on your time commitment, maybe skill, you're at that 40, 50,000, perhaps. How many would be happy? First year, as a high-income copywriter, you make 40, 50,000 as a start. Right? So really, that's how it works. And Sifu's team handles all of the billing, collecting, signing agreement with the customers, with the clients, all of that. We've got a whole team doing that. That's the difference, right? So another way you look at it, oh, but Sifu, what if I'm learning and I just want to learn for my own business? How many of you want to learn just for your own business? You're not thinking of writing for somebody else. Does that make sense? Right? You're just thinking for writing for your own business. If that's the case, then the investment really is that $6,250 for the whole year. It's like the $3K upfront and then whatever, $250 per month. That's what it is. It's a couple of dollars a day to get the best copywriting training in the world. I would argue if anyone who says they've got a better copywriting training on what we do, on scalable copy, it won't even come close. Okay, so it's $3,250 upfront, including the first month, and then $250 a month. That's what it is. Okay, does that make sense? With me? Any questions? Let me see. So another question is, what if I'm learning, but you are taking your own clients, meaning you're learning and you're taking your own clients, that's perfectly fine. If it's not a client that Sifu's directly refer to you, we don't have to do the split. It's only when Sifu is referring directly clients to you, then we do the split. So if you want to do it on your own, that's perfectly fine. Then you keep 100% of that money. It's not like, oh, you take your own clients and then you owe Sifu something. It's not like that. Does that make sense? So for some, you could do it on your own. For some, if it's Sifu refers some certain clients to you, we only do the split if Sifu brings the copywriters.com bring in the opportunities. Does that make sense? Yeah, because if it's your opportunity, let's say you're writing for a friend. Sure. Go for it. That's no problem. Right? Now, if you want to pay Sifu some, Sifu doesn't mind. Sifu doesn't mind. But I'm saying is no, you're not obligated to do that. Okay? If you show appreciation, Sifu will accept that. Okay, you'll give Sifu a tip. I'll take a tip. I'll think of that you're buying Sifu dinner. I would appreciate it, right? But it's not obligated. A kiss, I would take a kiss. I would take a kiss. I would take a hug. That's fine. That's fine. Right? Okay. Does that make sense? Is that clear? Okay. And then are there going to be assignments? Ed, are there assignments? Every single week.
Every single week.
Every learning without structure.
They're not the assignments you get here. They are far more advanced, far more in depth. HICC, how have the assignments been?
Are they like, little assignments? Are they like a walk in the park? Far more exciting, it's intense. They ramp up, so profound, challenging. They're the best.
They're the best. Serious assignments, but practical and good.
Yes.
I can say these are not just assignments that are based on theories. We've actually implemented a brand new method of putting out assignments and see if it was okay if I talk about how we kind of select who we choose to go on copywriters.com clients.
Sure, go for it.
Cool. So we have what's called now case study assignments, where we give you it's kind of like in business school when they give you sample assignments of real businesses and kind of like going and how to fix it and do a real analysis. We're doing a very similar thing where we will give you a case study assignment, which is where we take one of our real copywriters.com clients. We give you as much information as we can that our NDA allows, because we are under strict legally binding contracts, and just to ensure the privacy of our clients. And we give you the exact assignment that the copywriters for copywriters.com are also doing for that client. So it's no longer based on theory. You're getting a real assignment from one of our clients. And we review all of your copy. And when we go through your copy and we go, you know what? This person has a lot of potential for this specific client. One of our internal editors, they may, tweak some of your copy a little bit just to spruce it up, because obviously some details are left out and you can't control that. And then we submit it to the client, and the client will use it in their copy. And if they like it, they go, hey, you know what? Actually, I really like that one email, that one ad, or that one landing page, or that one chatbot that you sent me. Can I get this writer dedicated on my account? That's the fastest way for you to get hired as a copywriter for copywriters.com, all from doing homework assignments. And the best part is, it's real world experience. It's the case studies. And HICC, how have you been liking the first case study assignment you've been working on so far? How much have you learned? And we're going to show you, we're going to give you the exact briefing we give our internal clients, our internal copywriters on the accounts, and everything you need to know. We just really, our goal is to set you up to get hired, to really give you the tools to succeed. Really, that's what the goal is. And it's not based on fluff. It's not based on theory. If you do well, you get put on a client account. If you don't do well, great. We're gonna give you feedback on your copy, show you where to improve, and then you just keep coming back and doing better next time.
Well, Sifu can't wait to put you on an account, because the more money you make, the more money we make, your success is Sifu's success. Our success is aligned. There's nothing would make me happier to get you to that 6-figure sooner, because that's the way the win-win comes in. By the way, I saw a question here. Sifu, how does exactly HICC work? So let me explain. Remember, I showed you the curriculum for month 1, month 2, month 3, right? So it doesn't matter. So doesn't matter where we're at. You would be able to participate in the weekly classes, but you also start at week 1. So you're not missing anything. So you're not being thrown into the middle of, oh, this is month 5, this is month 10. No. You start at month 1, which is the four-part module. Month 1, week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4. So then you don't miss anything that we do. Now, so in the meantime, if you will join the weekly live classes, do that. But definitely start at week 1, week 2. That's our first year of curriculum. Second year, we are now building on what you've learned in the first year. And the third year, we're building on what you're learning the second year. And when you hit that 6-figure, you will get an invitation from Sifu. I also share with you the plan is very simple. With the thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of copywriters, when you hit 6-figure, what does that tell me about your skill? You're pretty good. Wouldn't you agree? Right? Not great yet, but you're pretty good. You're 6-figure, right? So what it tells me, you're serious, you're committed. That's what when it gets exciting. Then I know you have what it takes. When you hit 6-figure, Sifu would personally invite you. You'll come to Vancouver for the 6-figure roundtable. At that event, she's going to teach you how to multiply that. And I'm going to give you opportunities to become what I call a copy chief at no additional cost. Now you'll be leading a group of copywriters. Because you've demonstrated you've got leadership skill. So there, it's where, because if Sifu has tens of thousands of copywriters, do I need what I call copy chief to help me to lead and manage and nurture these copywriters? And Sifu would pay you an override on what they earn. That's how you multiply your 6-figure, the $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 a year. Yep. That's where we're going. But everything is a test. I want to see how you perform. Because what's better? I know that you're learning from Sifu. I'm training you. It's no different than a dojo if you think about it. You come in, I'm training you. You become a black belt, then you help me teach the new white belt. And help them become black belt. Right? And then you have your own little dojo you're running, right? And just Sifu has a lot of dojos, like a virtual cooperating dojo. If you think about it, that's what it is. It's been a tradition for so many years. By the way, this idea, I want to give credit. I actually got it from a friend of mine, very good friend of mine, Brian Scudamore from 1-800-GOT-JUNK. He gave me this business model because I asked him, if I want to build a global organization for both closers and copywriters, what do I need to do? So this is Brian. Now, by the way, 1-800-GOT-JUNK is a $400 million company based in Vancouver. If you've seen my interview with him on my YouTube channel. So this is on the left side, that's Brian when he first got started. Now you could, how many of you noticed the 738 junk, the K is like in black. Can you see that? No, it's not a branding thing. He ran out of paint. He ran out of money. He couldn't afford to buy paint. So that's why it's not finished. That's why it looks like that. That's a very humble beginning, right? Very, very humble beginning. And he built a very successful business, a franchise business for 1-800-GOT-JUNK. So I asked him about my model, my business model. That's why I want to give him credit. And he said, well, Dan, you need to be able to just like do what we do in the franchise, but you're not doing a franchise business, but that's what it is, that you help, because it took Brian 8 years to get to the first $1 million. 8 years to get the first $1 million in revenue. And now he has franchisees buying a franchise. Some of them got to that 1 million revenue in the first 12 months or the first 24 months. What's the difference? And he said, well, I've got all the systems in place. And my franchisee, all they focus on is be able to lead the team, perform, like, if it's hauling junk, that's what they focus on as in a professional manner. All the marketing, all the collecting, invoicing, legal, my headquarters, it takes care of all of that. So day one, they come in, they've got infrastructure, they plug it in, they're earning, right? We have a standard in terms of how it's done and the truck and everything. We've already got the brand. So they don't need to imagine you going out there, kind of buy a little truck and try to like compete in the business versus you join 1-800-GOT-JUNK with a brand, with resources, with everything that they do, with systems, with structure, and teaching here's how this business work. So you just do the same thing for the copywriting world. You train your copywriters, you centralize, you help them get opportunities, and he charges a kind of like what in franchise world. I'm teaching a business. How many are learning something new, by the way? Like I'm teaching a franchise business, but I'm teaching a business as well, right? That in the franchise world, it's called a royalty, right? A franchise fee. Well, it's no different than what we're doing here. So the difference is we don't need a truck. We don't need all those overhead. All we need is your skill and talent. It's much more scalable in my mind, much more scalable. So I'm saying, okay, let Seafood train you to become the best copywriter that you could be, and then share the reward together. At the same time, I'm focusing on what I do best, which is teaching, mentoring, and building the brand, getting traction. I keep bringing in the business, and I bring those opportunities back to our HIC family, our community, right? And because we have now an army of copywriters around the world, right? And later on, tens of thousands of copywriters. And then boom. And that's how this works. So I learned this from Brian. So I just want to let you know that like Seafood is not so brilliant. Like, oh, I came up with it. No, I just go to the best. I said, Brian, how can I build this into a global organization? And he gave me the model. And that's it, right? I also saw a question. I think was it from Crystal? Yeah, Crystal. And it's not just Crystal, and I'm talking to all the graduates, all the season right now. If you are truly committed, I mean, like not just talk, this is what you want to do. And if the upfront fee is such a big stretch for you, right? Talk to Sifu's team. I'm gonna let them know ahead of time that if you need some leeway on the upfront fee, or you want to spread that out, or whatever it might be, just talk to them. Just talk to them. Sifu will help you. I'll tell them to work it out for you. Okay. I'll tell them that. Okay. But you got to promise me you're going to do the work. You got to promise me you're aiming to hit that 6-figure. Steve wants to help you, but from a business perspective, that's where we win together. So you got to be committed. That's all I'm asking, right? If we are spending the time to train you, you have to be committed. So that's Brian Scudamore. So last chance to apply. The classes begins next week, but again, you also get the past classes, so you don't miss anything from week 1. And last chance to apply, highIncomeCopywriters.com/destiny. highIncomeCopywriters.com/destiny. And it's a very simple business model, like Sifu's goal and the core purpose of our entire organization is to elevate financial well-being globally. So when I say that, oh, Sifu's going to build $1 billion company, in reality, it's not actually so difficult, because I know, well, if I'm helping one student, right, to make $100,000 a year, right? If I help 10,000 students to do that, please do the numbers. If I help 10,000 students to generate $100,000 a year, how much is that? And 25% of that. It's not a difficult goal. It's not a very difficult goal. So it's like, oh, I don't need to focus on my goal. I need to focus on, I just need to help 10,000 of my students to hit 6-figure. Like, it's great. I'm training you. I'm helping you become a better version of yourself. I'm helping you to critique the work, right? We are building AI to help you work more efficiently, because you work more efficiently means that we can earn more and take on more clients, right? That's like great. And you focus on what you do best, and you'll be able to have a skill you can utilize, work from home, spend time with the family, keep getting better. And when you get very good, hit 6-figure, come to Vancouver, I'll teach you and I'll show you how do you multiply that, and you become a copy chief, help me lead a team. Give back. Help now your brothers and sisters to hit that 6-figure. And then by doing so, you hit multiple 6-figure, maybe even 7-figure. No promises, but then you'll multiply your income. That's the plan. This is why we have the first year, the second year, and the third year. And those are some of the initiatives that we have. So my question is then, what are you afraid of? And I know the answer. Deep down, you're afraid it's going to work. Because when you see people saying, oh, you can make money this way, you can make money that way, you can make money doing this, you can make money doing that. And you want it to work, and you want to believe that you could do it. But no one ever told you, no one ever told you, I'll teach you. And you pay me out of profits. So here's my promise to you. If you're accepted into Copywriter Circle, you're going to do it. I'm going to make sure of that. And what I know is, if you do the work, the money's going to come. If you don't do the work, then the money's not going to come. But if you do the work, the money's going to come. So what you're afraid of is going to work. And then you won't be able to handle it. At least that's the false truth that your lower self wants you to believe. So Sifu has done everything. I've done everything I could to open the doors for you. like Ed said, you have to be the one that walks through it. And your success is my success. There's so much abundance that we could build something together as a team. And we have clients that need copywriters right now. Right now. Sifu needs more copywriters right now. There's so many projects and so many initiatives. And the marketing, it's like there's so many things that we're doing to build a platform. Imagine when we have the AI or not, copywriters.com will be the number one platform, period, when it comes to copywriting. We're disrupting the industry. There's the demand out there. There's so much demand. Doesn't matter if we have 10,000 students. Doesn't matter if we have 50,000 students. It's not enough. How many recognize that? It is not enough. The market is so big. So big. And yes, I would love to have you as on my team as a female copywriter. We're actually now building a female copyright, like a funnel, just talking to, I want to help more women to be able to develop this skill. So I will need the help, all the help that we could get. All the help that we could get. So definitely, I look forward to having you on the team. Daily mistake number 5, being a lone wolf, ties into a little bit of what we talk about. This is Sifu's team. It's actually much bigger now. This is from before. The team it's getting much, much bigger. Sifu's executive team are all women. My COO is a woman. My CFO is a woman. My boss, Jenny, is a woman. So we have a lot of powerful, smart ladies on our team. And as I mentioned, there are so many different functions when it comes to copywriting. So what you want to do as a copywriter, you want to focus on writing copy. That's the skill that you want to focus on. But you need a team to be successful, because on a team as a copywriter, maybe you work with the media buyers, you work with the funnel builders. Media buyers meaning people who buy traffic, who drive traffic to your sales page and landing page, right? Or your ads. Tech integration specialists, graphic designer, project managers, support team, fulfillment team, production team. Depends on who you are writing for, knowing that those are the people who makes the dream. Yeah, teamwork makes the dream work. It's not the old model of being a lone wolf. You just write copy. That model that worked many years ago. It doesn't work today, because with technology, because of social media, like things change. It's no longer I write something and give you. No, you gotta communicate. You gotta work with different people. So Siva's gonna give you like a quick, maybe just a 2-minute behind the scenes of my own team. This is not what most people have, but I want to give you an idea why teamwork is so critical. And the best way to showcase it is to share with you kind of behind the scenes of how we run our marketing, right? So you can see we have our lead PM, which is project manager. This is the marketing. So we have the research team, strategy, offer, market fit. Does that look familiar? Strategy, offer, and market fit. We have the launch team, right? In terms of resources, planning, copy to launch something, or let's say a new funnel, a new marketing initiative. And then we have the organic traffic team, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, blog, ManyChat, LinkedIn, Gmail, etc. Right? And then we have the paid traffic team, which is then it's driving paid traffic like Facebook ads, Instagram ad, Google ad. And then through that, we have the optimization team that's looking at the data conversion, right? Analyzing the numbers and then providing the feedback to get better. So here's what a team kind of looks like. It's actually much bigger than this now, but just to give an idea. So strategy division, launch division, organic, website, pay, and data division. So can you see it's not like if it's just one person, this is just Sifu's organization, right? So if you think about a copywriter, it's adding value. It could be in the launch phase, it could be in the strategy phase, it could be the organic, it could be, depends on if it was organic content, it's paid, right? That's structure. That's structure, right? And this would get much bigger as we grow, just so you know. So low-income copywriter, things like a part-time freelancer, this is why they will never hit the income. They don't hit the income goal because they're going to, oh, I'm going to do a gig here. I'm going to do a gig there. But a high-income copywriter thinks he or she is part of a copywriting team. Ed, maybe expand this on a little bit because you were a freelance copywriter, and which is fine. You were making decent money. But what was it like before? And what is it like now? And not now you not only, you're part of a team, you're actually leading a team. What that is like?
It's a lot different, Sifu, because before the question you're always asking yourself is, how can I make the most money? And that's a good question to ask. But when you're part of a team where everybody else is dedicated to helping you become the best at your craft and takes away all the distractions like the client fulfillment and expectations and managing projects, and you're just dedicated on writing, the question no longer becomes, how can I make the most money? It's, how can I become the highest skilled copywriter I can be? And that's actually what's going to get you the money faster. So when you're able to spend all of your time, instead of, looking at worrying about your taxes, worrying about finances, worrying about, is my client going to screw me, and contracts and all this other stuff. Now I'm able to spend all of my time doing what I actually want to do, which is just write. I just want to write and make good copy that changes people's lives. And if I am distracted by a bunch of other things, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. That's right, Dan. When you focus on growth, the income takes care of itself. By being able to be part of a team that allows you to leverage your highest use of your time and your skill, it's night and day difference as well. When you're a part-time freelancer, okay, sure, you have far more flexibility and freedom. I'll give you that, but structure is real freedom. That's the real freedom. That's the real thing you want to strive for, because you're actually becoming a better version of yourself by being around others. When you're out there, you're just writing copy and you're a commodity to those people. And that's something that I've learned. And I knew that because of my skills, people were just using me to make money. But when I was part of now that I'm part of a team, I feel like we're moving towards a greater mission and a greater goal. And I'm part of something greater than myself now.
Yeah,
that's irreplaceable.
And that's the where you look at the skill economy. I call the network effect. So think about us like where Uber is a network. So as a single individual taxi driver versus a network. So think about 1-800 Got Junk. Yeah, people could get a little used car truck, pickup truck, and could just go haul junk for people. Took Brian, he's a pretty smart guy, 8 years to get to the first million. Even with him building people and all that. I mean, his stories is amazing versus someone plugging into something that day one, they are starting from where Brian was at. They are not starting from scratch. They're starting from where people have gone beyond and go from there. That's the difference. That's the difference. And I believe no one of us smarter than all of us. You can see that those different functions. That's how marketing is done nowadays. So 1 + 1 truly equals 10. I'll give you an example. Let's say you specialize. Let's say you pick a niche and now you specialize in certain niche and you specialize in, let's say emails, okay? Let's say you specialize in emails. You're working on your own. You're not working with anybody, you just working on your email copywriter for the fitness industry. So a client comes in, a client finds you and say, hey, can you write chatbot for me? Well, I don't really do that. I focus on email. Okay, goodbye. You can't add any value. You can't help that person. But versus in our community, your brother, do you think you can find your brother and sisters, one of them that can write chatbot? Do you think you can find one of them that can write landing page? Can you refer business to each other? Yes or no? So then instead of you, the client is thinking, oh, you're not helping me, you lose the opportunity. Now you can refer business to each other. It creates more abundance. That's the network effect. No different than an Uber driver where, oh yeah, I cannot pick up this client, someone else is going to pick it up. That's a network effect. There is no way one person, Sifu knows from day one. This is why Sifu trains. I want to build a global community, a global movement. So I'm very clear of my vision. It doesn't matter how good of a copywriter I am, there's a limit. And I because I've been in the industry for so long, I knew the limitations of copywriters. I was one of them. I knew the limitation of the industry, and I knew the problem. I know what the clients want, and I know the problem. So I see that opportunity. I could say, yeah, I could build a big company. I can solve this problem at scale. Not individually, but I can solve this problem at scale. And if I can disrupt an industry, now I have a very significant enterprise. And that's how I see it. Does that make sense? So how much you earn is always in direct proportion to how much value you deliver to the client. So if you are limited by, oh, I specialize in this, which you should specialize, but then it's like when you have so many flows, so many clients and come. So I want to be able to serve any clients that come in. Okay, you need email, done. You need landing page, done. You need this, done. I want to be able to help them all, everything, right? You need articles, done. Some simple income, right? For my copywriters, maybe the beginners, absolutely. Let's get it going, right? Let's focus on that. Let's deliver value. And then we have even clients coming in, if they need help with other things. Sifu's got a program called High Ticket Influencer, which helps influencer coaches, consultants, if they want to scale their business. I show them how to do that, right? Though there are other resources that I'm able to add value. If they need strategy, we could provide that. They need copy, we could provide that. And to me, writing is already is a lonely enough thing. Isn't it more fun to be part of a team and everyone grows and succeeds together? Would you be just as happy you see your brother and sister in the same season, even getting the first, like hitting that 6-figure before you? Would you be jealous? No, you celebrate with them, right? You'll be happy for them. And guess what? When you hit, what if it's the other way around? You hit your 6-figure first. Would you be open to share your best practices, to share your best skills, to come on some of the classes and share what you've done? That's what I want to see. There's so much abundance. We don't need to be, oh, you make more than me, or no. It's nothing more fun, and you will grow the most when you share, when you teach, when you share your best practices. Sifu doesn't know everything. How could me know more than 10,000 of us? No, my job, the best and highest use of my time is to mentor and nurture and grow this community. And I know 10,000 copywriters is going to be smarter than just one Sifu. 1,000%. You will know more about certain industries than me. And that's great. This is beautiful. That's how it should be. That's a new network, like the new network effect, new economy. The old way of doing it, like every man for himself, every woman for herself, that model is dead. Now it's how can we create more? How can we get smarter together? How can we grow together? How can we share resources? How can we share best practices? You really think a good one copywriter could learn and grow as fast as thousands of us learning and sharing together? Impossible. There's no way. There's no way, right? And when you come to the HGC roundtable, you take care of your flight, you take care of your hotel, seafood. You come to my office, by the way. You'll be coming to my office. I'll take care of the lunch. I'll buy you lunch. I'll take care of that for you. Okay? It's a very intimate experience. Very intimate experience, right? Yes, give me a hug, give me a kiss. I'll kiss you for sure. Yeah, definitely. You've earned it. When you hit that, I know that you have earned it and you've worked hard. Okay? But it's going to be intense. It's going to be it's going to be a two-day event, a training. And I'm also planning to invite some pretty amazing copywriters. I'm going to pay them and come and train you. Some pretty amazing people that I'm going to bring on that you probably won't have access to, right? But they will do it for me, right? So it's like Sifu has a lot of things like planned for you, like for my mentees. There's a lot. Okay, focus on what's in front of you. Stay plugged into HIC community, which I've seen it in HIC. I've also seen HTC, where the most active HIC members will go quiet after tonight's class, unfortunately, right? They will stop commenting, stop posting, stop connecting, because with no structure. So what is the best way to stay plugged in? What is the best way to stay plugged in? It is not motivation. It is not willpower. It is not drive. I believe the best way for you to stay plugged in is this. Focus on helping others. That's it. Don't make it about yourself. Focus on helping others. The new season coming in, help them. Encourage, comment. Can you do that? Can you do that for yourself? Can you do that for Sifu? That's the best. Don't let your lower self take you out of the game. Stay involved. Just little thing like comment, like little things that you do. That's it. That's the best way to stay plugged in. And you will hear the stories. Oh my God, week 2, I'm getting a headache. My hand hurts. Do I need to hand copy all these copy? And you're like, been there, done that. Right? Been there, done that. Right? Kiddo, don't worry. Be happy. You're learning. Relax. Right? It's like now you can see the newbie coming in, right? And you just encourage them. Just trust the process. I've been through it. Just trust the process. You'll get this, right? And I know it's overwhelming. Like think about for yourself when you saw those comments, when you need a little bit of encouragement, especially the couple of weeks, right? When you were just brand new. Remember that? Remember when you first just joined, right? You were a little bit anxious, a little bit nervous, a little bit overwhelmed. Yeah. So the new season's feeling the same way. A little encouragement goes a long way. It goes a long way, right? You're now the more senior HIC member. So help newer members, support them when they have questions, right? Help them solve some problems. And if they're writing something, just, hey, here's my feedback, and just give them a little bit of feedback. This is great. And I truly believe that the more you receive, the more you give, and the more you receive. Just give. Do what other brothers and sisters how they have helped you. Just help the new members. That's the best way to stay plugged in. Don't make it about yourself. Because you make it about yourself, oh, I don't have time, I get busy, this and that. Very easy to lose focus. Very easy to get distracted. And that's the culture that Sifu wants to build. It's all about giving. Give back. I'm giving back to you. I'm transferring my skill, my lifetime knowledge to you. Same thing I want you to give to more people. And hopefully by the time, in many years, maybe when Sifu retires, when Sifu is no longer here, then I have created a whole generation of mentees for the world. Then it's your turn. Maybe it's your kid's turn. That I've, these are my skill sets I've learned over the years, and passing on the torch. That's yours. Right? That's legacy. To me, that's legacy. It's the most difficult thing to do. It is the most rewarding thing to do. Truly, it's very, very hard. It's very, very difficult. But I believe it's the most rewarding. So while I still could, I teach, I train. But at the same time, as Sifu gets busier, there are things where I need to count on the new, right? The new leaders, the new copy chief to help. Because there will be a point where, as much as I want to, is time doesn't allow that. Now I need to focus on taking the platform to a new level. So Sifu has the insight and the forward thinkingness where I know I need to train for this generation, this group of leaders first. So then I could bring on more opportunities, right? So I want to elevate you. I want to train you. I want to make you as good as possible. Like there's nothing, like I won't hold back. I'll give you everything I've got. Everything I've got. As long as you're willing to accept. Mistake number 6, no reliable feedback loop. No reliable feedback loop. So here's a question. How do you tell chicken shit from chicken salad? How do you know if your copy is good or bad? How do you know? Right? How do you tell? So write this down. Great copywriters love feedback. Bad copywriters hate feedback because they see feedback as an attack on their ego. Because, who are you to critique my work, right? My copy is perfect. I don't need to make any changes. That's a bad copywriters because the ego is so big that they don't take the time to take feedback from people. Well, but if you don't take feedback, how are you gonna get good? How are you gonna get good, right? And even Ed's been with me for some time now. I still, like, when I give him feedback, he takes it very, very well, right? And I would challenge him and say, okay, Ed, have you thought about this? What about this? I'm reviewing a page right now he's working on, and I'm going to give him feedback on that, right? I could see a few things he could improve, but every single time he's very willing to listen, right? He's never, like, the past success, it doesn't take away the ability for him to take feedback. And I hope it's the same for you, right? So as you get better, right, it's not just, I want to take, you don't listen anymore. Okay, so Sifu's going to give you an example, critique time. Okay, I want to give you an idea what even the HICC class is like. there are two parts to our weekly class. Part one, we're going to teach the main lesson. Part two, we're actually take your work and we're going to give you critique and feedback on your work. So part one, and then we have part two. Okay, part two. So I'll give you an example. So this is the email copy, okay? And I'm just going to read out loud. Actually, you know what? Ed or Vikas read out loud, and then I'll critique it. I'll grab a zip as you speak.
Sure, you got it. Dear Andy, are you struggling to break $5,000 as a copywriter? You have multiple options. You could pick up more clients and do a lot more work. Read more books on copywriting. Maybe post up your resume on freelance websites such as Fiverr, Upwork, Freelancer, etc. Or maybe you're just too scared to raise your prices. Whatever your reason, they're all lower self traps. But you don't have to let it win. Don't worry, I've been there too. I was there for years and you don't have to be. That's why I've developed this special masterclass exclusive for HIC students. I'll share with you all the tips and tricks that I've learned from my early years in copywriting, saving you years of mistakes and troubles. So if you want to beat your lower self and want to start seeing results immediately, click here and learn how to 10x your results. Take action, Dan Locke. P.S. If you spend too much time thinking about a thing, you'll never get it done. Bruce Lee.
Now, to demonstrate that truly copywriting is a learnable skill, I'm going to have add lock to. So how would we, so give a little bit of context for this email and how could we improve this?
So one thing I see here for context is this is driving to probably a masterclass. This was one of our assignments, I believe. Mm-hmm. Going to a
HIC class.
That's right, HIC class. And obviously the goal of it is to beat your lower self so you can start creating more income. So one of the things that I see here is we're not really relating that strongly with the reader. Besides the fact that you're struggling to break $5,000 as a copywriter. Okay, the problem is there, but the agitate's missing. We haven't agitated them enough.
So that's good. So think about the first line, right? I'm just there. You lost the audience already. Okay. You lost the audience already because there are many different people reading this. Maybe they are thinking about becoming a copywriter. Maybe they're already a copywriter, right? Or maybe they're already making more than 5,000 as a copywriter. So it is not resonating. So either you can ask sometimes 3 questions, boom, 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 or you make the first question, they absolutely write this down, cannot say no to. So how can we rephrase that into a question that every single person will say yes to? Because if it's a no, we've already lost them. You want to get a yes, right?
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Are you ready to take your copywriting career to the next level? Maybe you're just getting started in copywriting. Maybe you're making 6 figures, but you know you want to earn more. Or maybe you're working too hard and taking on too many clients and it's eating up in your personal life.
Boom. You notice the difference? You see that? Just the first 3-4 lines right there. How much that has improved the opening. Right? Keep going.
So what do? Well, if you pick up more clients and do a lot more work, if you're already making good money, why would you want to do that? You're already overloaded. And if you're not making that much, sure, that could help. But what I've found is there's one key thing holding most copywriters back from achieving their financial, personal goals with copywriting.
Pretty good. Pretty good. See how that flows? It's floating. It's very good, very smooth. From problem, agitate, very personal. And then there's curiosity. There's one thing that I know. Oh, what is that one thing? Right? Now transition to the masterclass.
Mm-hmm. This one thing is actually something that I've found after going through 3, 4, 5 years as a copywriter. I was barely charging what I was worth. And you probably are too. Let me ask you this. Have you ever had to put up with a client who doesn't give you the respect that you deserve or treats you like a commodity and underpays you and doesn't make you feel like you truly have the respect as a professional high income copywriter? Or maybe you're yet to experience that. It took me a while to experience that too. But just know that after these 3, 4, 5 years, I finally discovered the one thing that will make all that disappear. This one thing is the concept of destroying your lower self. And this is something that Sifu talks about inside of HIC. And a lot of high income copywriters think they have their lower self beaten. Right? So we're leading them on a path to kind of how we created the solution, right? Because if you just say, hey, here's the solution, it doesn't feel, it feels like it's too easy. It feels like it's too easy. Have you guys ever watched a movie where the hero is doing so good and they're just about to beat the bad guy, or they're just about to get the thing that they want to get, and then all of a sudden something drastic happens, and then it feels like they've lost everything.
Mm-hmm. And then you can see the quote at the end, Bruce Lee, I think it's out of context.
Mm-hmm.
It's sometimes using quote is very, very good.
Mm-hmm.
But in this case, it's too salesy, right? You're trying to force a quote to kind of to build your case, which is not very good. Let's do another one. Try this one.
This is the secret war that every successful person fights but never talks about. That's right. I went from loser, a nobody, to a 7-figure business leader, but not without my battles. Self-doubt, lack of motivation, stress, and overwhelm were all feelings I dealt with on a daily basis. As a student of mine, I know deep down you have the guts to do something, to change the course of your life dramatically, not just with the knowledge that I've taught you, but with your initiative alone. However, I know that these feelings of self-doubt and lack of motivation are real. It's not your fault. It's tempting to hold on to these feelings, but each day you hold on to these feelings, you slip deeper into your old self. This is just how we're programmed. Your body naturally wants to remain comfortable without change, but I know you didn't join my program to remain comfortable without change. So Dan, you may be asking, how do I get back on track when it's so tempting to give into my lower self? Here's the thing. I know. I've been there. I've had to bitch slap my lower self time and time again. Now I've compiled all I've learned about bitch slapping that lower self and getting shit done.
So think about where this email, a number of things, okay? So I think the subject line is okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's okay. But the beginning where it's trying to tell a story, but the whole tonality of this particular message, if this is an email sending out to the list, it won't work, because unless you're my students, the outsiders, they don't know what lower self is. They don't have the level of awareness that you have. So you've lost them if this is going out there to a co-audience, right? So it doesn't quite work as well. Now, if it's going internally, where it's for internal, then that's a different story, right? So let's take a look at this one.
Oh, I think this is a continuation of the last one.
Yeah.
And okay, awesome. And I put it in my completely free webinar to watch here. In the webinar, I cover how to silence that lower self, make sure that those voices never take control again, how to start your everyday energized and ready to take immediate action, even if you didn't get a wink of sleep. Why lack of motivation and success may not be your fault. Answer in my video at 12 minutes. The real reason why most people hit the snooze button in the morning. Hint, it's not because they need more sleep. I see you've made it this far. What's still holding you back? Sure, it may be because you don't have enough time. I get it, we're all busy. Or maybe it's because you're worried it just won't work for you. It wasn't meant to be. Again, I've been there. I was an immigrant, broke, uneducated, and promising. Just remember this: your lower self is powerful. It doesn't want you to change. It's much easier to stay stagnant than to accelerate forward. I don't know why you decided to join HIC. Maybe you want more freedom, more time with your family, friends, loved ones, travel, a six-figure income. Whatever it is, if changing your life and letting go of that oppressive lower self is important to you, you'll find a way. If not, you'll find an excuse. I'll see you in class. Check your lower self by the door.
So you think about the bullet points to me, then lower self, but then it's talking about sleep. You're talking about energize. There are 3 or 4 things where it's very confusing, right? If we're trying to communicate in one message, what is it? What's the one thing that we want them to focus on? So can you see how it's a little bit all over the place? Like it's a little bit of this, and then it's going back to lower self, and then it's the war between the mind. Like it's like you're trying to say 3, 4, 5 things, and then back the closing. I don't know why you decided to join HIC. Maybe you want more freedom, more time with family. I think you're talking about more energy and sleep. Like you see how it's like, I'm not clear what the outcome is. So a confused mind always says no. Okay. A confused mind always says no. So then it's like, I'm not, and then there's no urgency. If we're talking about an urgency, we're talking about something they want to do, that's also missing. Let's take a look at this one. This is interesting. By the way, yeah, you read it first. You read it first. Okay.
One of the greatest struggles in this world today is being stuck in a dead-end job. Most people hate their jobs, but those who have it worst are working dead-end jobs that barely pay them a living wage. They're sick of it and always just days away from quitting. Then payday comes along. They struggle to pay the bills at the end of the month, and if they put it off, there's nothing left over for them to enjoy. And it's not even their fault. It's a tough world out there, and good paying jobs are hard to find and even harder to land. I worked a dead-end job for 10 years, living paycheck to paycheck, always in debt. I know how frustrating and depressing it can be.
Mm-hmm. Now, this is good. This is pretty good. Okay. It states a big problem, right? But then it's not, because it's from a more third-party perspective on purpose. So it's not saying, hey, are you sick and tired are you stuck in a dead-end job? Sometimes when you do too much of that, it come across a bit salesy, right? It's talking about most people, right? They struggle with this. So the first 4 or 5 lines, establishing a bigger problem. And then now going back to I'm not saying you are, I'm saying I am, right? I worked a dead-end job for 10 years, right? Me, myself versus you, right? Because sometimes when you are going negative, if you're going negative in terms of talking to the prospect directly, you got to be very careful, right? Are you working a dead-end job? Are you living paycheck to paycheck? Are you always in debt? Fuck you, right? Who are you to talk to me like that? Even though I am, right? Sometimes people don't like that. So you got to be very careful. Versus this is nice. It's pretty good.
But it doesn't have to be that way forever. For real. That's why I'm sharing this free training. For those out there who are stuck in a dead-end job and want to finally break free from the paycheck to paycheck 9-to-5 rat race, there's absolutely no cost for the training, and it will show you how people from all over the world have been able to break free from the struggles and pain of working a low-paying dead-end job. You can watch the free training here.
You see how this is? I think this is pretty good. It's very concise, very clear, not too super long, very clear what it is they're going to get. It's a free training. There's a 2 call to action, right? And there's no cost, so it will take away the objection, the resistance, right? And it's not making crazy promises. It's not saying you're going to make this, all this. No, just, hey, you're stuck. You want to break free? Check this out. So you see the copy is like exactly where it's like salt, right? Too much is not good. It's too salty. Just enough, right? Just enough. And that's the difference. And we go much more in depth when we're in class. Like we sometimes spend like 20 minutes on just one email. What that is like, we'll break it apart, and then we'll look at every single thing. Like even this, I could easily improve this as well, right? And this is how you see how the feedback loop, when we are looking at the copy that you wrote, and you see, oh, okay, I did, because you will not be able to. It's very difficult to critique your own work. because you can't see it because we wrote it. But when other people can see it, oh, I think you're missing this. I think you could do this better. I think you could do this. Oh, yeah, that's right. And next time, that feedback loop, right, then you won't have the blind spots. That's correct, right? Mistake number 7. Only dig the well when you are thirsty. This is a huge mistake. Huge mistake. And I made, Sifu made this mistake. This is why I put it here, where when I was busy writing, then I didn't spend time getting clients, right? And I spend time writing. Then I once I finish the gig, before I charge a retainer, you have this seesaw, right? You make money and then you deliver the work and you make money. You have this ups and downs, right? And what I've learned is when you need clients, they are hard to find. This is actually very profound. Write this down. When you need clients, they are very hard to find. When you don't need clients, they are everywhere. This may not sink in until you get there. But when you get there, you'll know what I mean. You'll revisit this and you're like, damn, Steve was right. So I saw. If you're asking, oh, Steve, how do we get clients? How do we do that? When you need clients, that means the lesson has not sunk in. Because you know if you're a copywriter, you can get clients anytime. It's actually not difficult. Because that's our superpower. You can write an email. You can reach out. You can write an email and write the copy, add value ahead of the time. And neediness repels wealth. Say it with me. Neediness repels wealth. When you need clients, when you need gigs, they don't come. And the common struggle with most freelance copywriters, that's why they cannot grow their income beyond a certain level. First of all, spend all their time stressing to find a client. Then they find a client and they spend all their time writing for that client until the project's over and realize they don't have a client lined up for the next month. And then we repeat the process again and again and again and again. That's the issue. And on top of that, if you go back to the chart, what Steve will share with you, on top of that, you do a whole bunch of low income activities that I shared with last week, then of course, no wonder. No wonder. Alex is asking, what is the difference between neediness and income at will? Income at will is you can make money anytime you want. Neediness is you want to make money. No one is giving you any. Does that make sense? Then the income is like this. It's like a great month, not so good. Great month, not so good. Also, they don't understand the difference. And this is a write this down. This is the one. This is a big one. This is a huge one. They don't understand the difference between making money versus building a long-term income stream. Making money versus building a long-term income stream. What is the difference? You tell me. What's the difference? Now versus forever. One is repeatable, one is not. Struck out temporary versus permanent. Yes. Keeping a pipeline full, systems and structure. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, no, all those are very good answers. Very good answers. So the answer is all. This is why Sifu builds copywriters.com, because I don't want to solve a problem once. I want to solve a problem at scale and long term. In long term. So why we have a column, why we have my copywriters, my students contributing to the column, so that, think about this. Let's say, and this, by the way, that's what Sifu did too. I had a blog long time ago in the beginning. And I have probably maybe a dozen articles on my blog. And, that would get me a client here and there. Okay. It would get me a client here and there. But then that's like making money versus what we have, building a community. So think it's just I have you do the numbers. Can you do numbers? Can my student do numbers? Okay. I'm going to do them some numbers. Okay. I want to grab your calculator. So as my student in CC, how many articles are we collecting every single week? So how many articles are you submitting how many times a week? One, right? You're committed to do one article per week contributing so that we're building this together, right? So one article a week. So do the numbers here. One article a week. So that's how many articles a year? That's 52 a year, right? So I want you to take 52 a year and imagine today we have, I don't know, let's say 10,000 students. 10,000 brothers and sisters. So 52 times 10,000, that's how many articles? So imagine a website that produces 500,000-ish and change articles on copywriting. I wonder what that does to our search engine traffic. I wonder how many keywords we could dominate. I wonder a client comes in and you got this massive content machine. And this is why Steve is not interested in getting a client in here, there, and there. I'm only interested in building a massive content machine so clients chase us. I don't want to chase anyone. I want to build a pipeline so big there's enough for everybody. Do you see the difference? And we're all working together. See if I can create 500,000 pages of content, but together we could. Just think about the opportunities. You see, I'm teaching you the difference, the way Sifu thinks and everybody else. So at best, one person, you write one article a week, pretty good. Sell your own blog, pretty good. 52, that's pretty good a year. That is the difference. Anything related to copy, conversion, sell, anything, email, mini chat, all those topics, all those keywords, we got it all. And with this massive content machine, you tag on the machine learning. So just imagine that for a second, what that looks like. But what if we go crazy and you do more than one article a week? Holy shit, you do 2. That's 1 million. That's 1 million articles a year. That's a lot of pages. And that's the massive content machine. So then we become, I don't want to be chasing. I want to be the only choice. They can't not see us. Just like when Uber is so big, even though it's creating a lot of inconvenience, the airport, how many of you can see, Uber and Lyft they're so big. Airport can't help but set up a section just for them. They don't like it, but everybody wants it. So they have to set up a section so that you could take your Uber. They're taking real estate space. Unwillingly, the airport's like, we don't like it, but we have to do it because based on demand. And that's beautiful. Then we're everywhere. Clients, potential clients, prospects, they can't help. Like everywhere they turn, they will see, like we hear, like they can't, you need copy, they can't escape us. They can't. Yeah, you can go to Upwork. You can go to all of that. But if you want, like, copy actually makes you money, that generates revenue, then come to us. You want everything else, then go to them. It's fine. We only interested in the revenue generating business, right? You want someone to write some stuff. Go ahead. There's a lot of people that could do that. Are you getting it? And the more clients that we have, the more opportunities we have. More opportunities we have, we attract more copywriters, more students. Oh, here's a good question. Does HIC write for closers.com too? You bet, 1000%. Also, it's no different that that copywriters also write for Sifu. It's the same. Absolutely. And not just that, where all these other companies that we have and also that we're buying, they all need copywriters too. So internally, we like already, I'm like I'm like the biggest client anyway for my own platform, but also for other clients as well, of course. Here's a bonus mistake. Sifu promised you 7, but Sifu likes to over deliver, so here's one more bonus mistake. Trying to do some copywriting. That's the biggest lesson that I've been hammering again and again. When you try to do some copywriting, it won't work. It's like smoking. Smoker smoke because they see themselves as smokers. Non-smoker don't smoke because you don't see yourself as a smoker. So don't try, just be. Just be. Say with me. Your prosperity will never rise any higher than your self-image. Your prosperity will never rise any higher than your self-image. Do you see yourself as a part-time hobby kind of copywriter? Do you see yourself as a successful 6-figure copywriter? Do you see yourself as a copy chief they're leading a group of copywriters? Your prosperity will never rise any higher than your self-image. Oh, yeah, see, I'll believe it when I see it. That's not how life works. You will never see it if you don't believe it. You will only see it when you believe it. And remember, HIC equals closers in print. Remember, We are closers in print. We are the silent ringmakers. We write to sell. We write to persuade. That's who we are. You got to see yourself as that and more. And the difference between a closer and a loser is a C. It's one letter. And there's a big difference. Closer and loser is just one C difference. And the difference is one word. C stands for coachability. How coachable you are. How coachable you are. Meaning, how are you your willingness to learn from a mentor, from your peers, willingness to do things differently, willingness to accept change, willingness to take feedback, willingness to ignore your lower self, not to give it power, willingness to invest in time and money. Please commit yourself to this one skill. It will change your life. Don't go shiny object on seafood. Don't go, oh, I'll look for something else. You don't need it. You have everything you need right here and right now. You don't need a bunch of things. You don't need a bunch of things that doesn't work. You just need one thing that works. How many of you agree? You just need one thing that works. And you've found it. This is home. You've got the community, you've got the coaching, you've got all of that. You don't need more stuff. All you need is to focus and dedicate. Mastering this skill. And your life will never be the same. I promise you, your life will never be the same. This skill would set you up for life. This skill will get you anywhere. Doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't matter what you do. That's the difference. And see if it will not be assigning any homework this week because you already know what to do. So ask yourself, what homework do you need to give yourself? What actions must you take? And what price do you have to pay to get what you want? If it's not a routine, it is rubbish. If it's not a system or structure, it's shit. Add any last word of wisdom you want to share with the graduates?
I'm incredibly proud of each and every one of you for getting this far. Most people give up on themselves before they even have a chance to start improving their lives. And just by being here today, whether you're watching the recording or whether you are here live with us, you've already proven to us and you've proven to yourself that you're serious. You have what it takes. This is the first step on an incredible journey to having an amazing skill with an amazing family all over the world of people who are just like you. With this skill, you'll never be alone. You'll never be out of money, never be out of luck. You'll always know exactly where to go. Come back home to copywriting, to the HIC family, to keep moving forward. And always remember your why. Always remember what you're doing this for, and use your pain to push you forward. Use your adversity as your advantage, and use the things that you think are holding you back into things that are actually moving you forward. I'm incredibly proud to have been able to be your instructor for this season. And I know that we're going to embark on a lifelong journey together of learning and growth and mastery. And I just really do want to express that I'm incredibly proud of each and every one of you. And this is just the beginning.
I remember I was getting all these junk mails. And I was always getting these letters from this company. And there's one particular company that was sending me these junk mails. And I was fascinated by the words, by how compelling the story is, by how compelling the offer is. And I remember attending an event, sitting in the back of the room. It's a free workshop because I couldn't afford to pay for the workshop. And when I saw the name tag from the man sitting next to me, it says Alan Jacks. Is the same man that's been sending me these letters. And I freaked. I screamed. I said, no way. And asking Alan to have lunch with me. And after that lunch, asking to be my mentor, he said no. Asking him again, he said no. Stalking him, waiting for him in front of his home until he said yes. And working for Alan for that 1 year, basically as a volunteer, not knowing what copywriting is, and him giving me a skill that forever changed my life. And I would not be where I am today if I didn't have Alan who believed in me and gave me an opportunity. And remember when he got divorced, he was downsizing. And Alan had a beautiful, beautiful library at home in his house, big house back then, a huge library. Probably just the library alone, 2,500 square feet of space. And he has the collection of some of the best, very rare collection of marketing books, swipe file. He gave me a call. And he said, well, Dan, I'm downsizing because divorce. I'm going to move to the condo. I have a lot of books. Why don't you come over and pick the ones you want? And I went over to his house with Jenny. I picked up hundreds of books, very rare business books, marketing books. I know how valuable those books are to Alan, because for so many years, I knew he values his books more than anything else. more than anything else. And he gave me those books. And as I was moving the boxes back to the trunk of my car, he put his hand on my shoulder. He said, "These books are yours now." Now, I knew what that meant. It's not about the book. What he's saying is, I'm passing the torch to you. Now it's your turn. I'm passing down the knowledge to you. Now it's your turn. And until this day, Alan, all these years, has only had one apprentice, mentee. No one else. One person. And I'm passing on what I know to you. Because I know what this skill could mean to you, to your future, to your family, to your finance, to security, to your confidence. And now it's your turn to go out there and make it happen. Regardless how far you take it, that's up to you. But it's your turn. It's your turn. Even though I gave you a fraction of what Alan taught me, but for most, this is more than enough for you to go out there and make it happen. And for those who are continuing your mentorship with Sifu and Team Downlock, we will see you next week. Regardless, always remember, don't listen to your lower self. Just don't. And don't be a lone wolf. That doesn't work. Embrace the teaching, embrace the community, embrace what we have built for you here. Life is beautiful, it truly is. So it's been an honor, it's been a privilege to teach you to be a Sifu for the last 8 weeks. And I'm very, very proud of what you've done. I'm very proud of the work that you put in. It's not easy. I know it's not easy. So thank you. Thank you for allowing me to live my purpose. And I truly, truly, truly appreciate you. I love you. I believe in you. And never forget that you're right your own destiny.